Can't even. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code as amended, I call to order a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Monday, November 18, 2019 at 6:06 p.m. The board may meet in closed session to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, a negotiated contract for a prospective gift or donation to the district, commercial or financial information that the board has received from a business prospect, or offer of a financial or other incentive to a business prospect, deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or devices, and or to consult with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer, or on a matter which the school district's legal counsel determines should be confidential in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, 072, 073, 087, 076, and 071, respectively. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Ellens, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Teich to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by those on the dais. Tonight, students from Ridgetop Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, yo soy la señora Schultz, la directora de Ridgetop Elementary. Good evening, I'm Kara Schultz and I'm the proud principal of Ridgetop Elementary, and I have brought along 10 fantastic rattlers with me. Eleanor Voorhees, Marco Petrov, Henry Seibert, Alonso Camacho, Johnny Osmond, Violeta Castro, Jessica Bolanos Chavez, Lily Grimaldo, Hudson Lemon, and Joshua Lucena Loza. Okay. Por favor, párense. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Honra a la bandera de Texas, te juro lealtad, Texas, un estado bajo Dios, uno e indivisible.
Thank you so much for leading us in the pledge. Would you please come forward so you can meet us? While they're looking for their certificates, I just want to say a quick thank you to the parents of the students who brought them here tonight. Thank you so much, parents, for here. Gracias a todos. Y en español, para los padres que hablan español, muchísimas gracias por traer a sus estudiantes ahora en esta noche. Yo sé que van a tener que hacer mucho trabajo de la escuela. Y nos vamos a despedir de ustedes esta noche temprano. So, gracias por estar aquí. Thank you for being here. Gracias por estar aquí.
I love your bracelets too.
Gracias otra vez por estar aquí con nosotros, padres. We appreciate y'all taking time out of your busy schedules and want to thank the parents again for all of their help in bringing the students. We know they have a lot of homework to go to, so thank y'all very much for being here. Thank you. Tonight, we have one recognition, item 3.1, and we'll begin our evening by recognizing our school psychologists during School Psychology Awareness Week. Dr. Cruz?
Thank you, President Rodriguez and board members. In Austin ISD, so I'd like our front row to please stand, and I'm going to say some nice things about you first, and then I'm going to introduce you all. In Austin ISD, we are committed to the development of the whole child. In fact, through the whole school, whole community, whole child model, we include counseling, psychological, and social services as components that we provide to engage students as active participants in learning and health. Licensed specialists in school psychology, or we know them as LSSPs, play an essential role in fostering a safe, supportive, and conducive learning environment. The observance of School Psychology Appreciation Week across the state of Texas during the second week of November serves as an opportunity for us to recognize those who devote themselves to this important work. Trained with expertise in behavior, mental health, and educational psychology. That's a lot of smarts, right? Those are a lot of big words there. School psychologists are uniquely qualified members of our district team who promote the well-being and academic success of our students with disabilities. Austin ISD school psychologists are integral members of the campus communities they serve. Their commitment to helping our students navigate social, emotional, and academic challenges daily is deserving of our thanks for the vital work they perform. And that's something that's so important in Austin ISD, that yes, we're about strong academics and making sure that all students are learning and are successful academically. But we have to remember the whole child. And that is around social, emotional learning. And so thank you all so much for being here today. I want to recognize LSSPs, Jennifer Covington, Cassandra Halsey. You might just want to wave so we can see it. There we go. I also want to thank, yes, we can give them a nice round of applause. I also want to thank our strong leadership of our team, Dr. Aquita Hickman, Donette McKinney, who's Assistant Director, Dr. Hickman is Executive Director, Tongala Kleiner is Administrative Supervisor, and Chad Olet, Assistant Director. Thank you all so much for being here, and I also appreciated my little goodie bag that you shared with all the LSSPs. I already dug into it, so I love the little sayings on it, but it just, again, speaks to your heart, the dedication. It's challenging work, but we have individuals such as yourselves who are so committed to our students in our schools communities that makes all the difference. So thank you so much for your service and all you do for our students, staff, and families. Thank you so much. We'd love to shake your hands if you want to come up here. Good to see you, Dr. Hickman. Good to see you. Thanks so much for the special treats. It's nice. Thank you so much. Hey, Chad. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all that you do. It makes a big difference.
Thank you again. Before we begin our general public comment portion of the meeting, I would like to remind everyone about our BED local policy and the expectation of the board that we have a culture of dignity and respect. Signs or placards brought to a board meeting shall not be permitted to block the vision of those attending the meeting, nor the district's cameras used to record and televise the meeting. Signs or placards shall be allowed only behind the last row of seats or against the side walls of the board meeting. Thank you all very much back there. We are now going to move to general public comment. And this is the time we dedicate ourselves to welcoming and encouraging public comments during our regular board meeting and commit ourselves to active listening. Board members wish they could engage in a conversation with speakers on matters of concern and interest to the speaker that is not part of tonight's agenda. But in accordance with section 551.042A of the Texas Government Code Legal, board members may only make a statement of specific factual information or recite existing policy in response to an inquiry, propose that the subject be placed on a future agenda, or ask that the speaker visit with staff about the issue. After the completion of general public comment, trustees may request from the superintendent additional information, clarification, and/or follow-up based upon comments provided by any one or more speakers. Please also know that there are additional ways to communicate with the board, including emailing the board directly at trustees@austinisd.org. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute, with a maximum of 10 speakers allowed. Speakers may sign up by phone or in person, and no substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. And as you come up to the microphone, there's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. And when the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in one sentence. We ask whether you come to give a complaint or praise that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We also ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, to please show respect for each other at all times. We strive to foster a culture of dignity and respect. We ask that everyone in attendance display civility and decorum, that is, respect for others, and refrain from any insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. And to create efficiency and to address potential overcrowding concerns, we may bring speakers to designated rows in the front of the meeting room to await their turn to speak. And we want to remind speakers that if a seat is not available after speaking, we are asking for you to step back into the lobby or outside after your comments. We ask that speakers not hold signs while speaking, unless accompanied by children or accompanied by another person for a medical reason. We ask that only the speaker stand at the podium when speaking, and supporters should not join a speaker at the podium. If anyone feels the need for additional support because of something they may have heard or witnessed that triggers an uncomfortable or unsettling feeling, please advise one of the counselors who are here to provide support to allow your voice to be heard and your concerns to be addressed. And please advise one of our counselors who are sitting beside the officer, if y'all will wave your hand so that people know who you are. Thank you all for being here tonight. Should you wish to offer additional written remarks that are not bound by time, please give them to the AISD officer on duty. Each board member and the superintendent will be provided with a copy. The Office of Translation and Interpretation provides a Spanish language translator for audience members who need assistance when addressing trustees or need assistance understanding comments made to trustees during public comment. If you need this service during other portions of the meeting, please speak with the interpreter, Jennifer Williams, Spanish translator and interpreter, and she will repeat portions of this message in Spanish. Jennifer.
La Oficina de Traducción e Interpretación provee un intérprete al español para los miembros de la audiencia que necesitan ayuda para dirigirse a los miembros de la mesa directiva o que necesitan ayuda para entender los comentarios hechos a los miembros de la mesa directiva durante el testimonio público. Si necesita este servicio durante otras partes de la Junta, hable con la intérprete Jennifer Williams, traductora e intérprete de español.
Gracias, Jennifer. Tonight, the first speaker will be Natalie Kiefer, then Jennifer Sparks, and then John Lees, and then Elizabeth Hadley. And then Ramon Maldonado is after that, number 5.
Do I just?
You just start and it'll start the timer.
I am a 6-year Kiker parent that loves our school and teachers, but I am frustrated by another leadership change, the 5th in just 4 years. Immediately after this announcement, a letter focused only on the innovative new school with zero guidance for Kiker. There has been friction and disruption. Teachers against teachers, parents against parents. The positive social emotional learning environment this district holds dear has been completely nuked because of this decision and the career ambition of one. Like many AISD schools, my son had no air conditioning the first month of school, and my daughter currently has no heat. While dealing with this facility mess, I was informed that parents in the new school are planning to fund an indoor slide mimicking the Ron Clark Academy. I hope you understand the message this sends to Kiker and the rest of AISD. What's done is done. My ask to the board tonight is commitment to Kiker, that programs like SBLC and STEM, as well as our CULT certified teachers that were in place well before the 16-month principal, will remain strong.
Thank you for your comments. Jennifer? Yeah.
Should I wait until he comes back? No?
No.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
great.
you can hear from the back.
I am a Kiker parent of 3 boys and will spend a total of 10 years at Kiker. I love our teachers, which is why I'm appalled at the lack of leadership by the district. The action has caused extreme friction through our school, dividing the teachers and creating yet another wave of instability for our children. As Kiker parents, we want the new Southwest school to be great. We just never expected the district would knowingly disrupt Kiker to do it with a careless email that gave no transition plan and showed no concern for those affected. Not only is this creating disruption mid-year, but the message is that the admin for a new school is more important than stable leadership at the largest and the most crowded school in the district. AISD kids and teachers deserve better. They deserve transparency, commitment, and resources similar to newer schools, and most importantly, to know that the passionate teachers that have helped schools like Kiker will thrive despite the churn. And the unique programs such as SBLC, SEL, and dyslexia intervention will be fully supported. Dr. Cruz, Kiker's seen too much churn in a very short period of time. My ask is for a commitment that the board will no longer treat Kiker as an afterthought and will finally provide attention and resources for true leadership.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you.
Next is John Lees, and then Elizabeth Hadley, Ramon Maldonado, Leitha Natarajan.
Good evening. My name is John Lees, and I'm the parent of 2 Austin ISD students, one receiving special education supports. I'm also a member of the Coalition for Special Education Equity, which is a group of over 120 parents, educators, former students, and community partners focused on improving special education in AISD. Our coalition is advocating for adopting a district-wide inclusion model for all schools. We're also advocating for aggressively retaining and recruiting special education staff and improving bilingual support, and also promoting open and transparent communication around special education within Austin ISD. We strongly believe that inclusion results in better outcomes for kids with both with and without disabilities. Successful implementation of inclusion requires system-wide changes. We request that the committee be formed to bring in experts and diverse stakeholders to ensure inclusion model is properly implemented and leads to successful outcomes through accountability. Our coalition also requests that improving special education be added to the district's strategic plan and superintendent's scorecard, and also
Thank
be
you.
added to future.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Elizabeth Hadley.
Good evening, Dr. Cruz, board members. My name is Elizabeth Hadley. I'm an attorney here in Austin, and I'm also the mom of 3 AISD kids. I have a freshman at Bowie, a 6th grader at Grisky, and a 3rd grader at Kiker. We are in Circle C in the part that's affected by the proposed boundary change north of Highway 45. So my third grader going into fourth grade would potentially be disrupted and removed from Kiker, a school that she has been at since she started kindergarten and is deeply rooted in, for no good reason. It's my understanding from conversations with many of the board members that many are not even familiar with our area and have not seen the streets where this boundary would change. So I would invite everyone to please come look at that in person or look at the maps that we have submitted. I know Ms. Wagner is familiar, but for the rest of you, please come look, because it doesn't make sense to pull 50 kids from the main part of Circle C that's always been zoned to Kiker and send us across a highway to the new school. It also comes at a cost of $100,000, we're told, for AISD to give us 2 buses to send over there, which we don't currently have because we're in a no-cost zone, not needing transportation, and we can currently walk and bike to Kiker. I would ask you to please consider that, and if you do make such a decision with that change, that you would please consider further grandfather options.
Thank you for your comments. Ramon Maldonado, and then Lathan Natarajan, Laura Martinez, Angela Benavides Garza, and Joshua Lewin. And Cassandra Hulsey is the last person.
Good
Yes,
evening,
sir.
board. I've been coming here for a while, and I met a lot of people, passionate people that believe in their schools, community schools. There's communities out there that really need some of these schools, even though they got low enrollment, need to keep those schools there because some people, other people are hardworking people. I said that 2 years ago. And I also, when Dr. Gordon was here, he said it very bluntly, be real. Matthias, be real, sir. Leticia, truth and nail, I'm with you. And the other new trustees, thank you very much for what you do. And District 3, ma'am, again, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Latha Natarajan. I apologize if I'm saying that incorrectly.
So my 19-year-old daughter in special education at Austin High was sexually and physically assaulted. She was given a shower at school by a teacher assistant, and she says that the teacher assistant gave her a shower in his underwear. I never gave permission to give shower at school, and my daughter, who is autistic and who was potty trained at 2.5, is still having urinary incontinence a year and a half after that incident. She never had any incontinence before that incident. And then she also says that Mr. C, who gave her a shower, also tried to take pictures of her. And then Ms. Nichols, the life skills teacher, asked not to take pictures. So this has shattered our entire family. It's physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. And then when I tried to report this to the CPS, Ms. Nichols created 2 cases against me. One was I am physically assaulting her and sending her to school with bruises, and the other one was so I just want AISD. There is a due process hearing and also a mediation, but we are not getting what we want. It never made our life anything better. So I want my daughter the way how she was before that incident.
Thank you for your comments. Laura Martinez.
Soy Laura Martínez y hablo español, lo entiendo. Bueno, sí entiendo un poco. En el 2017 el distrito escolar pidió 100,000 millones y ahora está pidiendo más y al mismo tiempo quiere cerrar 4 escuelas y en enero quiere cerrar otras 8 escuelas.
All right. My name is Laura Martinez and I speak Spanish. In 2017, the school district asked for $1 billion and now is asking for more, and while wanting to close 4 schools now and in January 8 more.
Ustedes quieren cerrar nuestra escuela Brook, según se está muriendo, pero son puras falsedades las que ustedes están diciendo, ya que nuestra escuela tiene el 92% de sus instalaciones ocupadas.
You want to close our school, Brooke, because you say that it's dying, but that's all fake because Brooke has about 92% of its facilities are being used.
Y ustedes han dicho que solo hay el 62% ocupada.
And you're saying that there is only 62% being used,
Y ustedes es pura falsedad.
and that is all fake.
Ustedes ni siquiera tienen idea de cómo está esa escuela porque yo en 5 años que tengo ahí nunca los he visto. Y ni mucho menos al James Matías que tengo. Mi niño está en 4º año y solamente una vez lo he visto y en la junta anterior también.
So you have no idea of how the school looks like because in the 5 years that I've been there, I have not seen you there, especially Jamie Matthias. And my son is in 4th grade, and I have not seen you in the 5 years that I've been there.
Ahora que necesitamos algún representante de ustedes para que nos apoye, ya que esa escuela, Brooke, tiene su 92%, que ustedes están diciendo que tiene un 62% y dicen que está muriendo y no es cierto.
Now that we need a representative of the school there, because you're saying that the school only it's not full, but it's only 62% full, but and you're saying that the school is dying.
Gracias por su comentario.
Sí, solamente
Muchísimas gracias.
pues quisiera que por un minuto o por unos 10 minutos
Gracias por su comentario.
la escuela y vieran qué bonitas instalaciones y qué bonitos programas tienen.
Gracias por su comentario.
Que no tiren todas esas palabras a la basura.
Gracias por su comentario. Ya se acabó su tiempo. Gracias mucho. Do you wanna finish that?
And to look how
Point of order,
pretty the
please.
school is.
Todd, Trustee Matthias, there's an issue here that there's an issue that we need to make very clear here, and I want Trustee Matthias to recognize Trustee Matthias, and I have a question for you, Board Counsel.
Simply wanted to draw attention to the words that you had shared before public comment about speaking with respect, and I cannot wait to be able to speak and to share my praise of the Brooke community at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Trustee Matthias. Todd, when we have our sign policy, is standing up and blocking the rest of the colleagues and is it considered a violation or not? I don't know what the right word is, but I'm trying to make sure that we have a decorum of respect for both the speakers and for the community that's here.
Mr. President, Todd Clark, Special Counsel to the Board of Trustees. In response to your question, the policy does not directly address standing or making reference to other speakers. However, in circumstances like this, it is within your discretion to use the gavel to maintain decorum and to not spend time unduly on interruptions, whether they be applause or other things. And certainly standing is another thing that can be limited in order to allow everyone in the audience to see the proceedings.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had clarity instead of trying to figure this out on the fly. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, the next speaker is Angela Benavides Garza, and then Joshua Lewin, and then Cassandra Halsey will be the 10th speaker.
Thank you, everyone. I'm actually here. Thank you for all that y'all do. But I'm here to speak about, we actually have data points from Honorable State Rep Gina Hinojosa, who has confirmed that we have more money than ever to work with, and there really is not a point in closing schools right now. She shared with us data points that confirmed, and she's been asking for information at a state level so that she can answer her constituents as well. She pretty much shared that we have extra students that we didn't plan on this year, and what everybody is asking, and plus they voted in SB3, I believe, or HB3 at the state level for more funding to come in. Plus we have bonds that came in. So what everybody is asking is to get the trust back, let the community speak, and give us a year to figure this out and let the community work together, because you have the money right now. slow down everything. And not to say it to take away from all the work that you're doing. I understand this. I know these are tough decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Joshua Lewin, and then Cassandra Halsey.
Good evening, Mr. President, trustees, and Superintendent Cruz.
A little closer to the microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
Here we go. Good evening, Mr. President, trustees, and Superintendent Cruz. My name is Joshua Lewin, and I'm a 7th grade student at Keeling Middle School. And I'm working on a project about climate change, which led me to study electric buses. Currently, AISD uses diesel buses that harm children's health by putting NOx and particulate matter into our lungs. Electric buses are clean, and while the upfront cost would be more than diesels, we save money because of lower maintenance costs and lower fuel costs. The goal of the district is to educate children. To expose them to the emissions of diesel buses does the exact opposite. It can cause respiratory infections, chronic lung disease, and asthma. There's real potential in the switch to electric buses, and you can make this happen. I'm asking that you put an item to discuss electric buses on an upcoming agenda, and that by Earth Day of 2020, you have a plan to transition the fleet to electric. I want to work with you and your staff on this, and would be happy to assist in gathering information and experts to come speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Our last speaker under general public comment is Cassandra Halsey.
Hi there, my name is Cassandra Halsey, and I'm a school psychologist with Austin ISD. I'm also on the executive board of the Texas Association of School Psychologists. I want to express my deep gratitude to the board and to the special education department for recognizing the important work that school psychologists do. It really makes a big impact to us practicing in the field to be recognized for that work. School psychologists are trained to provide academic and behavioral interventions, evaluation for special education services, consultation with teachers and families, individual and group counseling, crisis prevention and response, threat assessments, knowledge of system-level RTI, and PBIS implementation. The recommended ratio for school psychologists to students is 1 to 5 to 700 students. In Austin ISD, our ratio is approximately 1 to 1,400, which is double that recommendation. And this is assuming all of our allocations are filled without vacancies. There are several strategies Austin ISD can employ to attract and retain more school psychologists, and if that's an endeavor the board wishes to pursue, I'm happy to be a resource for that. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment. Trustees, are there questions or clarifications? And please remember, since public comments are not specifically posted for discussion tonight, board members are legally restricted to either make a statement of specifics, factual information, recite existing policy in response to an inquiry, ask that the subject be placed on a future agenda, or ask staff to visit with the speaker about the issue. Trustees? Trustee Teich and then Trustee Letitia Anderson.
I was wondering if we might provide a copy of the lettering information from Mr. Lees to Dr. Hickman to make sure she knows about this organization, about the Coalition for Special Education Equity. And then I wanted to make sure that Ms. Nataran had her concerns addressed. Those are very serious concerns. I noticed that one of our counselors went out with her, so I just want to make sure that our staff follows up with her.
Thank you. Trustee Letitia Anderson.
So I have two requests. One is electric buses. The second request is a transition plan for Kiker. Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions?
I'd also like to ask the superintendent for a status update on the Kiker transition plan. I'd like to understand both what that means for transition to the new elementary school, as well as a staffing plan and leadership transition plan for Kiker. In addition, I'd like to understand when that will be communicated out to families at Kiker, as well as the timeline for that.
Thank you. Trustees, any other question? Trustee Singh?
Yes, I would like to, at some point, have a follow-up on our school psychologists and other special ed staff, and just kind of get a sense of some of the staffing issues, and kind of do a deeper dive in there and understand better what the district is doing about that, please.
Trustees, any other issues? Okay. So thank you, trustees. We now move on to public testimony for items on consent agenda and items for separate vote. This is a new part of our regular voting meeting agenda to enable persons wishing to provide testimony for items posted for action or discussion and possible action to provide their input. We will retain discretion over the order in which items are called, and tonight we have, let's see, we have one person signed up to speak for the next agenda item, which is 7.1, and 89 individuals signed up to speak for item number 14.1, and I think that is it. So please also know that there are additional ways to communicate with the board, including emailing the board directly at trustees@austinisd.org. And in order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. And speakers may sign up online, by phone, or in person, and no substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. As you come up to the microphone, there's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in one sentence. And again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference a staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. And we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. We ask that everyone in attendance again display civility and decorum, that is, respect for others, and refrain from insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. And to create efficiency and to address potential overcrowding concerns, we may bring in speakers to designated rows in the front of the meeting room to await their turn to speak. And we'll probably do that on item 14.1, since we only have one speaker on item 7.1. We ask that speakers not hold signs while speaking unless accompanied by children or accompanied by another person for a medical reason. We ask that only the speaker stand at the podium when speaking, and supporters should not join a speaker at the podium. If anyone feels the need for additional support because of something they may have heard or witnessed that triggers an uncomfortable or unsettling feeling, please advise one of the counselors who are here to provide support to allow your voice to be heard and your concerns addressed. And so please advise one of our counselors who are sitting beside the officer, and if you would please wave again. Thank you. Should you wish to offer additional remarks that are not bound by time, please give them to the AISD officer on duty, also sitting right here to the right of the podium. Each board member and the superintendent will be provided with a copy. The Office of Translation and Interpretation provides a Spanish language translator for audience members who need assistance when addressing trustees or need assistance understanding comments made to trustees during public testimony. If translation is required, the speaker will be given twice the allotted time. If you need this service during other portions of the meeting, please speak with the interpreter. Jennifer Williams, Spanish translator and interpreter, will repeat portions of this message in Spanish.
La Oficina de Traducción e Interpretación provee un intérprete al español para los miembros de la audiencia que necesiten ayuda para dirigirse a los miembros de la mesa directiva o que necesiten ayuda para entender los comentarios hechos a los miembros de la mesa directiva durante el testimonio público. Si se requiere interpretación, se le dará el doble del tiempo al participante. Si necesita este servicio durante otras partes de la Junta, hable con la intérprete Jennifer Williams, traductora e intérprete de español.
Gracias, Jennifer. The first speaker on public testimony is item 7.1. There was one person that signed up, and that's Joshua Lewin. And I know that apparently, I understand he decided not to testify because he talked before. So I'll just mention his name one more time just to make sure. Joshua Lewin. And if not, we'll move to item 14.1, public testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That would be correct. Sorry, I apologize. This concludes public testimony. And trustees, we will now move to the consent agenda. Are there any consent items that trustees would like to pull for a separate vote? Trustee Singh.
7.1.
Second.
With a second by trustee Ellens. Okay. Anything else?
I just want to say why it's that's the vote on the API board, and I'm on I serve on the API board, so I just wanted to recuse myself from that one.
Got it. So trustee Singh has pulled items. Any other trustees? Any other item that you want to pull from the agenda? And if not, trustee Singh has pulled item 7.1 with a second by trustee Ellens. Trustees, are there any discussions on this motion?
No, I haven't made the motion.
I'm sorry?
I need to make the motion.
Trustee Ellens.
I move to approve consent agenda items 8.1 through 11.5.
Is there a second? Is there, trustees, is there a discussion on these consent items? Trustee Singh and then trustee Matthias.
Okay, so looking at item 9.1, which is the budget amendment report for the month of October. Let me pull that up real quick. I had a question. Sorry. It was related to the intergovernment expenses. And so I just wanted a little bit of information on what those were exactly.
Okay, I'll ask Nicole Conley or George Gogonos to come forward. And Trustee Singh, you may want to direct us to the particular page that
Sure.
as
It's
George or Nicole's coming. Oh, here comes both.
great. It's the tab Consent Business and Finance, page 2. Yeah, it's a table, the summer report as of October 31st. Oh. And it might be, I think Amber may have just answered my question, but it was the intergovernmental charges, 623 million. Was that recapture? Yes. Okay. Thanks, Amber.
Okay. It's actually a good clarification that is what is being said. Nicole, why don't you go ahead and address that?
It includes intergovernmental, it's recapture and TCAD and tax assessor.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, okay, and so I also had a question about agenda item 10.2. That is the contract for construction manager for Rosedale School. And I was curious to know, and I didn't see it in here, so I apologize if it is in here and I just somehow missed it. But I was curious to know what the budgeted allotted amount was for that modernization versus the bid amount that was accepted.
I'd have to I don't have that on me right now, the total project amount for the Rosedale School. I can follow up subsequently. This is just the CMR component, and we have contingency built in, which includes all the expected total cost. I don't have it in front of me for Rosedale.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. And how far did we go on the consent, Trustee Ellens? Okay, so I've got one more question, which is regarding the consultation agreement between AISD and Education Austin, 11.4. And it was regarding the after-school required time for teachers. And I was curious to know, so this basically is an agreement saying that teachers would be notified of any required meetings 48 hours in advance of the meeting. Does that include planning meetings, or is that just like official faculty meetings, or do you know?
Yeah, I'll have Dr. Medina clarify, but it is anytime a teacher is after school. These are agreements that we have with Education Awesome. Dr. Medina?
Yes, thank you. Fernando Medina, Chief Human Capital Officer. Good evening. Actually, Trustee Singh, this document actually becomes a formalized way of a practice that we've actually had going on for the last 3 or so years. And so basically out of it, actually it adheres to the board's goal of a culture of respect and trying to be respectful of our teachers' time and informing them with sufficient notice of any upcoming meetings to the extent that we're able to do that, you know, barring any kind of emergency situation.
Okay, so is this a new agreement, or?
It is a new agreement, but we have had these practices in place for the last several years.
Okay.
And we decided through consultation to formalize them.
Okay, and so again, just to the answer to my question, was that for a formal faculty meeting, or does it include planning meetings?
That's correct. For formal faculty meetings,
Okay.
planning meetings would still continue during the school day as normal practice.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Unless it's considered after school. So teachers planning during the day, but it is for any after-school time for a faculty meeting, a department meeting, or planning in general. That's required by the principal.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Matthias.
Since we seem to open up 7.1 for conversation, I simply wanted to give a shout out to all of our friends of Partners in Education. It's been 5 years now that I've been tutoring with them. The first 4 years were 8th grade math, which was admittedly above my level. Tutoring 6th grade math this year, but they're just doing tremendous work. We have sometimes 6 to 10 volunteers in a classroom help young people with reading and with math. So just want to sing my praises for that program. Especially, we've seen so much energy around public education in these weeks and months that I would love nothing more than to be able to channel that toward good organizations like API doing such tremendous work in our public schools.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions, issues, comments? Having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Cindy Anderson to approve consent agenda items 8.1 through 11.5, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Now for the items that were pulled from the consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 7.1?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, having none, having a motion by Trustee Teich and a second by Trustee Letitia Anderson to approve agenda item 7.1, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes, oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed, all those abstaining. So the motion passes 8-0-1 with Trustee Singh abstaining on that motion. Thank you. Secretary Ellens, do you have a motion to approve agenda item 12.1 and 12.2?
I move to approve agenda items 12.1 and 12.2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was there any discussion? Trustee Singh?
I just want to give a quick shout out. These items are related to 2 internships that are offered to our students. One of them is a City of Austin Public Health internship with, which high schools are these? I lost that. With 2 of our high schools. Sometimes I somehow have lost which ones they are. But does anybody know offhand?
One is Navarro.
Navarro, okay, great. Oh, Aikens. Actually, no, these are Aikens and Eastside Memorial, which I think is fantastic. And the other one is with Navarro Early College High School and Austin Animal Services. And I just think it's so fantastic that we're offering our students these professional opportunities. They're getting transportation. I believe they're also getting paid. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Shapiro and all the other staff who is working to make this happen.
Thank you. trustees, any other comments? If not, having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Letitia Anderson to approve agenda items 12.1 and 12.2, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed, all those abstaining. The motion passes 8-0-1 with Trustee Wagner abstaining. Vice President Anderson, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 12.3?
I move that we appoint or approve. See, Amber started it. I move that we approve agenda item 12.3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion, trustees? So having a motion by Vice President Cindy Anderson and a second by Trustee Teich to approve agenda item 12.3. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed, all those abstaining. The motion passes 8-0-1 with Trustee Amber Ellens abstaining. We now move to public testimony for items under the superintendent's report. This is a new part of our regular voting meeting agenda to enable persons wishing to provide testimony for items posted for action or discussion and possible action to provide their input. We will retain discretion over the order in which items are called, and tonight we have 89 people signed up to speak. Please also know there are additional ways to communicate with the board, including emailing the board directly at trustees@austinisd.org. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. Speakers may sign up online, by phone, or in person, and no substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. As you come to the microphone, there's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, to please show respect for others at all times. We strive to foster a culture of dignity and respect, and we ask that everyone in attendance display civility and decorum, that is, respect for others, and refrain from any insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. To create efficiency and to address potential overcrowding concerns, we may bring speakers to designated rows in the front of the meeting room to await their turn to speak. And we want to remind speakers that if a seat is not available after speaking, we are asking for you to step back into the lobby or outside after your comments. And we ask that speakers not hold signs while speaking unless accompanied by children or accompanied by another person for a medical reason. We ask that only the speaker stand at the podium when speaking. Supporters should not join a speaker at the podium. If anyone feels the need for additional support because of something they may have heard or witnessed that triggers an uncomfortable or unsettling feeling, please advise one of the counselors who are here to provide support to allow your voice to be heard and your concerns addressed. And please advise one of the counselors who are sitting beside the officer. And again, if you would just wave. And should you wish to offer additional written remarks that are not bound by time, please give them to the AISD officer on duty, who's waving their hand. Each board member and the superintendent will be provided with a copy. The Office of Translation and Interpretation provides a Spanish language translator for audience members who need assistance when addressing trustees or need assistance understanding comments made to trustees during public testimony. If translation is required, the speaker will be given twice the allotted time. And if you need this service during other portions of the meeting, please speak with the interpreter, Jennifer Williams, Spanish translator and interpreter, and she will repeat this message, the portions of this message in Spanish.
La Oficina de Traducción e Interpretación provee un intérprete de español para los miembros de la audiencia que necesiten ayuda para dirigirse a los miembros de la mesa directiva o que necesitan ayuda para entender los comentarios hechos a los miembros de la mesa directiva durante el testimonio público. Si se requiere interpretación, se le dará el doble del tiempo al participante. Si necesita este servicio durante otras partes de la Junta, hable con la intérprete Jennifer Williams, traductora e intérprete de español.
Gracias, Jennifer. The first speaker tonight on item 14.1 will be Terry Woodruff. And then number 2, it just says Jared on here, but I think that's Jared Brackenridge, our savior from last time. Larry Abraham, Melissa Pardue, Vincent Tovar, Sarah Thorenz, David King, and Diane Zander Mason.
We also ask, just to reiterate, when President Rodriguez, please come forward, is when your name is called, to please come up. We have some seats up front. So when your name is called, please come forward and have a seat up front and one of the seats here. And then we'll allow you to exit out this way so then the next group of folks can take their seats.
Closing P's will not fix the financial problems that you insist you have. It will not save you from future fiscal issues. You know it's a fallacy that we're too expensive and that we're under-enrolled. We have a waiting list every year, and we have come to you offering P3 and grant opportunities. The community voices that rallied together in the short time frame since closures were announced are a powerful group of engaged voters who have dedicated hours on end to this fight. It's been nothing short of extraordinary to witness this community evolve. Imagine how strong we can be standing alongside AISD to fight for state funding together. I'm sorry the administrative leadership failed you and sold you this unjust, inequitable scarcity plan built with developers and not children at its core. You cannot buy back the goodwill and trust you stand to lose by voting this plan through, not even with however much the Austin Chamber has promised. I'm not asking you to listen to just me or the scores of honorable state, county, and city leadership who stand alongside us in solidarity. I'm asking you to listen to the children, our babies. They're asking you to vote against this plan and to give peace a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Paul Cruz. I'm not going to waste your time. You know why I'm here. We're not closing any of these schools. You can close the schools if you want to, but don't expect a bond to get passed in 2022 to finish out whatever you have to do, okay? These are our community schools. As a partial product of Austin ISD before I got gentrified out, I took at heart the type of school that I was in. I went to Campbell Elementary School, right? Going to Campbell Elementary School is more than just a school. It's a home. The teachers in there, they provide care for you. Many of these schools that you guys are talking about, they don't even look old. So you can stop trying to say that they're not up to facility requirements. You can stop trying to say that you don't have money because you just built that new headquarters downtown. I mean, not downtown, Southfield. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. You're about to cause a lot of trauma on these students by shifting them around from here to here and then busing them across town. What are they going to do? They got to wake up early in the morning to get on a bus to go to another school that's not in their community. You know what to do. Thank you.
Larry Abraham?
Good evening, board members, President Rodriguez, Superintendent Cruz. My name's Larry Abram. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Dolly Lambden. For 40 years, we've lived in East Austin, worked with the schools in many ways, and some of that's in the handout I gave you. I'm talking about the ongoing discussion about school consolidation. We feel it still focuses too much on high diversity campuses, lower SES campuses, will clearly be disruptive to those schools while it's in transition, and we need to be very careful about that. Education is not what is delivered. Education is what is received, and it's assessed by student achievement, each student's achievement. The title of my talk is Mission Possible. Your mission, which you have accepted, is to ensure each student's needs are met, not by averages or groups, but by each individual student. The mission of public education is to prepare a well-informed, well-educated citizenry. That includes a diverse education. Please help us make it happen.
Thank you for your comments. Melissa Pardue.
Hi, I'm here as a parent. My name's Melissa Pardue, and I'm here to ask the board tonight to please approve Plan K for the southwest boundary. This was the plan that was originally approved by the Boundary Advisory Committee. This plan reflected feedback by the community and an understanding of the actual makeup of our neighborhoods and community. Why did we convene a BAC if we were not going to listen to their recommendations? Highway 45 serves as a natural boundary between Kiker Elementary and the new elementary school. This is the boundary the BAC recommended. By reaching beyond this, you're ripping apart a contiguous neighborhood. This is a community that's located 0.6 miles away from Kiker Elementary and is currently able to walk or bike to school. We do not require buses, and we've been zoned to Kiker for over 25 years. This is the section of the neighborhood the BAC voted to keep at Kiker. To have our community completely disregarded and dismissed, all in the name of equity, is doing a disservice to all students in this community. Please uphold the recommendation of the BAC.
Thank you. Vincent Dolot.
Hello, I'm Vincent Tovar. I'm a parent at Go Valley and Lively, and I'd just like to clarify some truths about Go Valley and ensure accurate representations of our history are represented. Our Eastside Vertical team actually sacrificed to school already, Allen, and we welcomed those families by changing our school colors. This was our blue and white before Allen, and we put the yellow from Allen's yellow and green. That's how we welcomed Allen. We fought at Go Valley to kick IDEA out, which didn't just want Allen. They wanted our whole vertical team, which meant IDEA would be IDEA Eastside, IDEA Martin, IDEA Brook, and IDEA Go Valley. That's how we support our vertical team. We have an SBS unit because we support high needs families when some schools don't want an SBS unit. And it could be at the detriment of STAR scores, but we don't care more about STAR scores than we do about our kids. We prioritize our kids. We model SEL and No Place for Hate by not attacking other schools. And if anybody wants to support or save East Austin schools, here's how you do it. Send your kid to the schools. Mentor, tutor, fundraise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Thorens.
Hi. Since back to school night of this school year, we've been fighting against a hard timeline to understand why each school on the closure list deserves to be shuttered more than any other school in the district, and also how the negative impacts of sacrificing the stability, progress, and communities of these schools would translate into a greater good for the district. After 2 months of engagement, we've only become more and more confused and frustrated with the rationale being professed by the administration. The fact is, we have seen consequential changes to the very elements on which Dr. Cruz and his team originally based the need for closures. Those factors must be considered before moving forward. Student enrollment and an overwhelming deficit have considerably changed in trajectory. Now we need our leaders to put that equity to work by reflecting on this new information and adapting to the changes. We urge you trustees to vote no to closures tonight in light of AISD's new financial position and in the name of science-based research on closures and their neutral financial and negative academic impacts on school communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. David King.
Thank you. Thank you, Board and trustees, for your service. The AISD $1.05 billion bond, overwhelmingly approved by voters in 2017, includes funding for several schools on the closure list. If you vote to close those schools, you will erode trust with taxpayers and communities that supported bond funding for those schools. Why should taxpayers and communities trust AISD on future bond proposals? An analysis of the school closure plan by the UT Institute for Urban Policy Research and Analysis indicates that a majority of the closures are concentrated in East Austin, disproportionately displacing black students who will be transferred to similarly under-resourced schools. Black and Latinx students account for 62% of the AISD population, but 80% of the displaced students. School closures disproportionately affect low-income and minority students, and the proposed plan is likely to further segregation in Austin. A large body of research indicates that school closures and consolidations do not work as cost-saving strategy. Please vote no on this inequitable school closure plan. Don't cede 1 square foot of AISD territory to our charter schools.
Thank you for your comments. Diane Xander Mason.
Equity is not closing a historic, beloved school. Equity is lifting everyone up. PEAS is the literal manifestation of our state's commitment to a free public education when Texas was its own country. When Austin was surveyed in 1839, to be the capital of our country, of Texas, the block where Pease sits was put aside for education. By contrast, UT was only described as College Grove, a nondescript area to the north. Pease predates UT. AISD was created to manage the public school fund that built Pease. AISD owes its existence to the plan for Pease. Pease must continue as living history, as its own school, with children from all over Austin. Children feel connected to this history, and research shows that it's important that they are tied to a long history. You are the guardians of this. AISD is, and you, the board, is.
Thank you for your
History
comments.
is watching you.
The next speaker is Smith Johansson, and then Rebecca Harshman, and then Stephen Knapp. Smythe Johansson, Rebecca Harshman, Stephen Knapp, and then Kelsey Campbell after that.
Hi, I'm Smythe Johansson, and I'm here to ask you to keep homes north of State Highway 45 at Kiker. It is logical, fiscally responsible, and fair. I stress the word fair because there seems to be this misguided idea floating around that what happens in one area of Austin must be equal to what happens in another. I reject this idea. My husband and I are both teachers. In 40 collective years, we have had students with many different needs. We would never treat all our students the same. Instead, we look for solutions that allow each student to reach his or her best potential. That is equity. I can only hope that you will apply equity in the same manner. You must understand what is at stake in each and every neighborhood. So what do we know about Southwest Austin? Plan K achieves significant relief for Kiker. The new school will be easily filled with the booming growth. State Highway 45 and MOPAC are natural boundaries. We don't need a crossing guard or $100,000 for buses. Plan K is right for Southwest Austin.
Thank you. Rebecca.
Hello, my name is Rebecca. I'm a student in AISD and a member of Integrate AISD. Tonight we had a demonstration, and here were our requests. We urged the district to delay school changes. We urged the district to incorporate the 5 R's of real integration, as I've previously told you about, in an equity-focused and strategic plan. We strongly recommend that the superintendent and Dr. Hawley meet with the students such as us during the development of this plan. The representation of the student voice in this district is more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Knapp. Stephen Knapp. And if not, Kelsey Campbell. And then Monica Bustamante. And then Amber McDaniel. So Stephen Knapp, Kelsey Campbell, Monica Bustamante, Amber McDaniel. Amber.
Hi, my name is Amber McDaniel, and I am here to talk about Pease Elementary on behalf of my 2 sons, Henry McDaniel and Travis McDaniel, who are standing over there. And I'm here to read a letter actually on behalf of Lucy Baines Johnson, LBJ's daughter, and Lady Bird Johnson's daughter. To whom it may concern, over 40 years ago, I first worked in a school board campaign. I learned then that the most personal election is a school board election. I learned also that decisions about schools are the most sensitive decisions we make, as they most intimately affect that which is most precious to us, our children. I fully understand that we may not fully understand all the reasons why the school district has elected to close our oldest school. I understand that this decision has not been easy for them. As an owner of historic buildings, I have no doubt painful economic reasons may be a large part of your decision, and I agonize for you. However, I want to add my name to those urging, if not begging, AISD trustees to reconsider the closing of our oldest elementary school. Pease has at least two important achievements money can't buy: a richness that comes in
Thank you for
historic
your
pride
comments.
and a school whose parents treasure the diversity of students that attend it and work, play, and learn there successfully. This is
Thank you for your comments. The microphone has been turned off, by the way.
with high hopes, Lucy Baines Johnson.
Aaron Dismore. Aaron Dismore, Mateo Scoggins, and then Dusty Harshman. Sorry.
The district has not proven that closing Pease will help anyone. It won't substantially help the district's budget. Pease cannot be bulldozed or sold. Shockingly, the district can't answer the simple question as to how much money it will save by closing Pease. The district has to spend money on the building regardless, so what better use would it be than a school? It won't help the children. The children experiencing trauma of these closures will not experience any of the so-called benefits of this plan. They'll be aged out of elementary school before it happens. We can't tell them they're going to a better learning environment. They don't exist. We can't honestly tell them that there was a bright new building that would give them a better education. Studies don't show that. All parents who transfer their kids to Pease can see it's an old building and has certain limitations, but we choose to send our children there anyway. There is good stuff in those old walls. It won't help the 21st century Austin community. In 2018, there were 125,000 primary downtown jobs in Austin. Instead of shuttering Pease, you should be promoting it as a school that recognizes the growing desire for a good work-life balance, where parents can do both their jobs and be involved in their kids' education. I ask that you please refrain from closing Pease until you can tell our children who it will benefit.
Thank you for your comments. Mateo Scoggins. Mateo Scoggins, Dusty Harshman, and then Jose Becerra.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Mateo Scoggins. My kids, both went to AISD schools. My son went to Pease. I'm here to urge you to vote against the school closures based on the concept of community access to transportation. The ability of these communities that have been kind of redlined into a lot of these areas and now going in and tearing them apart, I think is a really disservice to the community ties that have allowed them to generationally heal during this period, have access from their grandparents down to their next generations to these close schools. And I really want to strongly encourage you to consider that as you think about breaking up these communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, honorable board members. As a parent partner with the district, I have deep respect for our Board of Trustees and our ASD administrators here tonight. And it's with that respect, we as a community entrust you with the long-term interests of our school district and our most important public institution, K-12 education. I believe you all take that responsibility seriously, and that is the instinct by which much of school changes process was driven. That said, the strategic initiatives embedded within school changes, closures included, require a more deliberate, multi-stakeholder, strategic planning approach that centers around equity. As such, AISD is in the midst of developing its next strategic plan, and that is the appropriate avenue to craft the long-term vision for our school district. It offers a distinct opportunity to build a proper strategy for our district, informed by school changes, yet distinguishes itself as the clear document vision for our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Becerra. After Jose Becerra is Elias Ponvert, and then Jeff Trevelyan, and then Gina Hinojosa. So Jose Becerra, Elias Ponvert, Jeff Trevelyan, Gina Hinojosa. Okay, and then Carrie Cordova, Valerie Stern. Valerie? So I'll start again. So Jose Becerra, Elias Ponvert, Jeff Trevelyan, Gina Hinojosa, Carrie Cordova, Valerie Stern, Chantal Louis. What's your?
I'm Elias.
You're Elias, okay. Oh, come on down. Yeah. Sorry, I was just kind of listing the names so that folks could line up and go ahead.
Okay. Members of the board, I'm speaking to urge you to reject the recommendations of the superintendent with respect to item 14.1. My name is Elias Ponvert. I'm a parent with kids at Brentwood Elementary and Lamar Middle School. While neither of my kids' schools are included in this plan, I am standing here in solidarity with the students, teachers, and families of Metz, Sims, Brook, and Pease, and the other schools that the district seems determined to close. Vote to stop this plan. Either vote to delay this decision to allow the community time to work with you, or reject this plan and send it back to the drawing board. This is a bad plan. It will cause irreparable harm to our communities, as you all know. Representatives Hinojosa and Cole, our council members, our county commissioners, all urge you to delay this decision. If you won't listen to our elected representatives, the lawmakers who worked hard to produce the funding to keep our schools open, listen to us, the community. Vote to stop this plan. Do not close our schools.
Thank you. So the next the next speaker is either Jeff Trevelyan, Gina Hinojosa, Carrie Cordova, and then Valerie Stern.
Jeff and Gina were not in.
Okay, so Jeff and Gina couldn't make it. So Carrie Cordova or Valerie Stern? Valerie? Okay, Valerie, your turn.
Good evening. It must feel really lonely up there with so many parents, students, community members, and fellow elected officials at county, city, and state levels who are vocally against this plan. I know that before making an unpopular decision, I want to make sure that I have all the necessary information. You will not have the information you need without a thorough equity audit. You have stated that equity is a central value, and you hired an equity officer, Dr. Hawley, which was a great first step, but only a first step. This district is built upon decades of systemic inequities and does not have systems in place that explicitly address historical realities of privileging some communities and overburdening others. We only have to scratch the surface in any area to uncover blatant discrepancies from which schools are on the closure list, to how contingency funds are being spent, to average years of teacher experience, to the number of unfilled subjobs at campuses. Please make sure that your decision is informed by allowing Dr. Hawley to do an equity audit and report it to the board and the public before continuing the school change plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Chantal Louis.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Carrie Cordova. I'm a AISD parent and a UT professor. I'm here to ask you, or we are all asking, who actually benefits from this plan. Save Austin Schools has identified only one organization publicly supporting this plan, and that's the Austin Chamber of Commerce. However, dozens of neighborhood and national organizations, including the NAACP, LULAC, high-profile members of our community that I'm here to speak with, including members of our city council, our Texas state representatives, Travis state commissioners, have spoken out against this plan. Even Dan Rather has spoken out against this plan. Your own equity officer has spoken out against this plan. Parents and students do not want this plan. The students of Pease Elementary are ready to walk out of their school. You have to be asking, if AISD is listening, who are you listening to? Trustees, you will prove who matters to you with this vote, and I sincerely hope students matter to you more than doing business with the Chamber of Commerce and ACOM and possibly the influence of ALEC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your comments. The next speaker is Chantal Louis. Is that yourself? Thank you. And then Bridget Shea. Commissioner Benedict.
At the beginning of school changes, we were told Pease needed to close so that we could get more kids into 21st century buildings, but not Pease kids. Then we were told we were closing because facility scores were too low and our maintenance and operations costs were too high, but our M&O is average and in line with other AIC buildings. Then we were told that we're closing because we have low enrollment, so we did a PIR and it turns out we have wait lists every year. So our enrollment is low by design. The data has been consistently wrong, and frankly, there's no good reason to close Pease or Brooke or Metz or Sims. School closures are not an equity strategy, and I strongly urge the board to vote no on school closures.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Rodriguez and the school board. Although I'm a county commissioner, I am also an ardent supporter of public schools. They are the bedrock of our democracy. I urge you to delay the school closure vote and create a better process. As someone who supported the bond election and campaigned for it, I am genuinely concerned that the actions you're potentially taking are poisoning the atmosphere for future bond elections and literally driving families away from AISD. I don't think that's what you want. That's not a goal you want. You say you want data-driven decisions, but critical discussions have not occurred between the district and the city of Austin, looking at both their own demographers' projections, which I have copies of for you, showing a 34% increase in population in East Austin in the very areas you're proposing to close schools. And crucially, the city's land development code rewrite, which they are on the verge of passing, which anticipates 100,000 new housing units in the very areas you're proposing to close schools. I urge you to not rush an action that you will regret. Take your time and get this right. Please delay this vote tonight.
Thank
I
you,
have copies of this data for you.
Our next speaker is Rose Guajardo. And then after Rose will be Bradley Hargis, and then John McKernan Gonzalez, and then Shyler Nelson Brown.
Hello to Board of Trustees and Superintendent Cruz. I'm here as an 8-year Pease parent. I have a current 4th grader and a daughter who currently attends Smalls Green Tech Academy, much like other trustees. I've always been proud to support public education, until now. I know I should use this time to ask for your support and beg you to say peace, but I do believe I need to say much more. At this time, I question some trustees' ability to work in the best interest of those that you represent. I doubt their ability to support communities that you cannot relate to or understand. And most importantly, I doubt some trustees' ability to do what they have been elected to do. As a trustee, you are trusted with the education of our children, a sacred responsibility. And in this responsibility, I see a potential failure. You have allowed ASD to conduct community engagement periods, and instead of taking community input, you sat idle and allowed the superintendent to punish a community for being too vocal. You allowed the timeline on Pease closure to be moved up without any consideration of the children and families you serve, but in support of a form of political retribution for a community too engaged.
Thank you.
Please know we are watching, and people will vote accordingly. Thank you.
For your comments. Bradley Hargis.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Bradley Hargis. 75. 75 days is all you've given the Pease community in this planning process. 75 days ago was the first time Pease parents were told their campus might close. That is but a blink of an eye on a government timeline. I have spent years in government service, and I have never seen a rushed process as much as this one. Prior to this process, I could not have conceived of a process that left a community more confused and more divided than when it started. Our students deserve more time, more planning, more thought, and more work. Before you make a decision this life-altering, you owe it to our students, you owe it to our community, you owe us more. Please take the time and do the work. Please vote against any closure tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. John McKernan Gonzalez. And then Shyler Nelson Brown, and then April Clark.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I want to thank you all again for all of your service. I realize it's unpaid and maybe seems thankless, so I want to thank you for listening to us. This process has involved me in the schools much more than before. I became a translator at Dawson for people, and talking with these moms, they fear having to speak English. They all have deep faith in Dawson because they have been treated as equals and as important parts of their community. As someone who's had an immigrant mom who made me translate and speak on behalf of them, having moms who have that kind of faith in a school is something that is priceless, and I will try to defend. And I have every kind of faith that Brooke, Peace, Sims, Metz all do that kind of work for their communities. So I want you to sort of like pause, take stock, and vote delay, vote stop. Second of all, as anxious parents have peeled away at the layers of conversation and justifications for each and every one of the closings, the arguments keep on veering away from education, and we want to keep it on education. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Skylar Nelson Brown. I'm a parent of students at Maplewood, and I'm here representing myself, but I know my neighbors, and I know my neighbors' children. This plan is ignorant of the value of place and ambivalent to the value of placemaking that has taken place for decades. The day after this proposal was made, we've received flyers and mail advertising us to come to charter schools and private schools. Parents that don't have the resources, like my family, are more apt to say yes. Families that are less committed to the idea of public schools are more apt to say yes. The damage is already done.
Thank you for coming. The next speaker is April Clark, and then Councilmember Leslie Poole, and then Representative Cheryl Cole, and then Barbara Rush.
Hi, my name is April Clark. Thank you for the time. At the beginning of school changes, we were told that the reason for closing Pease was to get our students into a 21st century learning environment. We're told now that they don't know where they're going to put our children, and there is no plan for our children. We were told at the beginning of school changes that they're closing Pease because our facility scores were low. The facility scores have been riddled with errors throughout, which we have brought to the attention of staff. Next, we were told that the school must close because our enrollment was low. We did a PIR. Enrollment's not low. We've had a wait list for the last decade across numerous grades. All of this is not true. The data has been consistently wrong every step of the way. Everything that we've been given has been wrong. When we were told that none of this data was actually used, so that was the next answer, that Superintendent Cruz had said to look beyond the numbers, to look beyond the data, that it was an art and not a science. The communities are here to tell you that the plan is not an art. Study after study has been shown that school closures negatively impact children, negatively impact communities, negatively impact families, negatively impact voters.
Thank you for your comments.
Please vote no.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie Poole, Representative Cheryl Cole, not here. Barbara.
They're not able to make it. They were at the press conference today to speak against the school closures.
Barbara, you're next.
Okay. Please say no to this to any school closure. There's no emergency. There's no financial crisis. There's no deficit. I don't understand it. 2 months ago, on Back to School Night, AISD announces 12 schools closing. Well, happy school year, parents. And those of us in the community and my elected official were told by school administrators that this bond, support this $1 billion bond. There will be no school closures. We're going to invest in those East Austin schools. We're going to invest in those schools, and we're in programs. And now we are here. and all 12 are still on the block. It's not just the 4. And I don't get it. And your staff said in a televised meeting with city council, county commissioners, and AISD board that they had not talked to the city. They had not looked at the predictions of 34% increase. That they had not even factored that in any of their decision making. I don't understand where this is coming from besides the Chamber of Commerce. I don't get it.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Take your time and get this right. We don't want our kids in charters and private.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christy Carroll. Did Laura Martinez speak? That was in general comment. So it's Laura Martinez, Cynthia Valadez, Sarah Littler, and Jessica Wilson. Those are kind of the list of the next ones. Christy?
Well, it was a huge shock and disappointment to learn that Pease was among the schools slated for closure. It has been even more surprising to learn that the data that was used to evaluate the condition of the school buildings is deeply flawed and in many cases outright inaccurate. Numerous members of the community have brought this up in AISD's community meetings, and nobody from the district has been concerned enough to investigate our claims more seriously. Furthermore, it has recently come to light that Trustee Matthias has multiple conflict of interest disclosures on file, including one stating that he provided consulting services to one of the engineering firms who performed the facilities assessment for the district. The optics of this conflict of interest are unsettling to say the least. It has been well publicized that one of the authors of the school changes plan has close connections to one of the firms that stands to profit from closures, but for an elected trustee who is ostensibly voting on behalf.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Laura Martinez. This one here.
Okay. Estoy aquí porque estoy representando a muchos niños y entre ellos están los míos, que son 3.
I'm here because I'm representing a lot of children. Among them are mine, who are 3.
Y al parecer ustedes no toman en serio sus palabras.
And it seems like you don't take your words very seriously.
Mi hijo ha estado presente en varias reuniones. El día 22 pasado,
you don't take the children's word very seriously. My son has been in some of the meetings, and the last on the 22nd.
Él tenía esperanzas de que lo escucharan. Se fue decepcionado porque no pudo decir.
He was hoping that he would be listened to, but he went home disappointed because he couldn't say.
Decir todo lo que ama a su escuela, Brooke.
How much he loves his school, Brooke.
A sus maestros.
His teachers.
Brooke es su universo. Lo invité hoy para que él viniera.
Brooke is his universe. I invite him today to come.
Si no lo haría, para que él viniera, si no le haría caso, si siempre él dijo, ¿para qué voy? Si no me van a hacer caso. Siempre los adultos hacen hacen lo que siempre se salen con lo suyo.
And he said, why am I going if adults are always kind of getting away with things?
Lo motivé para que viniera hoy a hablar.
I encouraged him to come today.
Ahora hablo como una madre desesperada que le quieren quitar la casa a sus hijos.
And I speak as a desperate mother that whose children's home are being taken away.
No es justo que los apuñalen por la espalda.
It is not fair for them to be stabbed on their back.
Ellos son solo niños.
They're just children.
Ellos no piden lujos.
They don't ask for luxuries.
Piden educación.
They ask for education.
Y eso es Brooke.
And that's Brooke.
Lo último que me dijo,
Gracias.
no importa que mi escuela, Brooke, sea chica o grande. Lo que importa es que tiene todo.
The last thing he says, doesn't matter if my school brook is big or small. What matters is that it has everything.
Gracias por su comentario. Cynthia Valadez. And then Sarah Littler, Jessica Wilson, Angela Baker, and then Aaron Bowie. Cynthia Valadez, Sarah.
I'm the parent of a second grader at Pease Elementary, and tonight I'm urging the trustees to vote no on the closure of Pease and all other schools in Phase 1 and reject AISD's flawed and inequitable school changes plan. The reasoning and data behind the decision to close Pease, or any other school for that matter, has been inconsistent and inaccurate. AISD has failed to show that a Pease closure would offer any significant financial savings or offered any other viable plan for the building. AISD asked us, its apparent now asked in bad faith, for alternative solutions to co-create. We presented a plan that would increase revenue, increase our capacity, strengthen East Austin vertical teams, and provide desirable and relevant academic programming. It was largely dismissed and not seriously considered. Community engagement by AISD has been inauthentic and undertaken merely to check a box. We should use successful schools as models, build on those strengths, focus on growth, and bringing students back from charters. Any school closure is a failure of leadership and financial management. We need to hold our district leaders and superintendent to the highest standards. Trustees, you have the power to demand better.
Thank
you do
you
not
for
have
your
to accept
comments.
this failure of a plan. Thank
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Jessica Wilson. And Jessica, as you come up, if you wouldn't mind for just 1 second, just want to remind folks, to create efficiency and address potential overcrowding concerns, we've been bringing up speakers to the designated row in the front of the meeting room to await their turn to speak. So we want to remind speakers that if a seat is not available after you speak, we are asking you to step back into the lobby or outside after your comment. So we ask to make sure that the front row seats are available to the speakers that are coming up. So if you all don't mind, just making sure that you don't sit in those seats after you've spoken. Jessica.
My name's Jessica Wilson, and I'm the proud mom of a Brooke kindergartner and a toddler who wants to follow in big sister's footsteps to Brooke. Brooke has a high percentage of special education and low socioeconomic students. It's also in the top 8% of Texas for outperforming expectations. If you use this year's enrollment numbers and space available as classrooms, we're at 92% capacity. We do have room to grow, and that's why we created our alternate proposal, which would designate us as an outdoor leadership nature therapy school, which builds on our strengths. Part of our culture is helping others. The proposal includes supporting Martin Middle School on their journey to Green Flag status. This will strengthen the Eastside Memorial Vertical Team and prepare East Austin students for green jobs. We would also mentor the Mayor's Cities Connecting Children to Nature initiative pilot schools and pursue opening our school grounds as a green school park via a city's joint use agreement, which reaches not only Brooke's goals, but helps the city's strategic goals related to park access. Finally, it includes a marketing plan targeting pre-K and charter schools. Brooke should be celebrated and used as a model to help other schools compete against charters.
Thank you
Keep
for
our
your
Brooke
comments.
family together.
Thank you. The next speaker is Angela Baker.
Hello, my name is Angela Baker. I am the mom of Lily. Lily is a second grader who walked out of her classroom today to protest at City Hall. She is watching us. All of her classmates are watching us in solidarity as they watch us fight for their future. My husband and I are both local government employees. I work downtown and he works south of the river. We chose Pease for three main reasons: the community we immediately felt upon our initial tour, the diverse campus, and the proximity to my office. The moment we stepped into the Pease campus, we felt like we were home. We knew we were working with an older historic building, which questionably only received $500,000 from the 2017 bond that we voted for. The feeling of community and inclusiveness cannot be replicated by a facility. We sacrificed the 21st century modern building for the peace we felt in the community. Pease represents Austin, and Austin is diverse. If we chose to go to Graham, I would have to drop Lily off at 7 to get downtown by 8. Our 2-hour commute is not for sale. Please slow down this vote.
Thank you for your comments. Aaron Bowie. It's spelled here Booe. Aaron, is that the right last name?
It's Aaron Boo.
Boo?
Yeah.
Without the E?
Yeah, it's weird.
We see you, we hear you.
So hi, my name is Aaron Boo, and I'm a student at the Liberal Arts and Science Academy and one of the founding members of the Student Activist Coalition known as Integrate AISD. Integrate AISD was formed to accurately represent student voices so as to inform the trustees what students think about the board's proposal. And I think that given the fact that I am one of the only students in the room, that this speaks volumes. As one of the only AISD students in the room, I would like to remind the board that we students are not weeds to be uprooted at the inconvenience of the trustees. We are not voices that can be silenced or ignored or further marginalized. The Board of Trustees has the privilege of representing us, and so this is why I ask that you start acting like it, because right now I do not feel heard, and this is why I need you to delay this proposal and start meeting with children such as us, as we will be the first and foremost people affected by this proposal. That is all.
The next speaker is Mike Pacelio. And then after that is Citlali Soto Ferrate. And then Deborah Trejo, Kathy Weaver, Lisa Flores, and then Juan Torres. So Mike Pacelio, Citlali Soto Ferrate.
Hi, my name is Citlali Soto Ferrate. I'm from Integrate AISD, as Rebecca and Aaron have already talked. I am also one of the only students in this room, and I am here to speak on the recent proposal for school closures in our district. Looking at the map, it was obvious that a majority of the schools being closed were in what we call the East Side Crescent. And they were being pushed to schools far from their original locations. While none of these schools are the majority of the schools on the west side were. As you know, Austin has a big history of redlining and gentrification, segregation, all that stuff. And while I understand that the school changes were based on the guiding principles, I urge the board to delay and revise the plan so that the communities on the Eastern Crescent are not so disproportionately affected. Thank you.
Deborah Trejo. Deborah Trejo. And then Carly Weaver. Deborah? Yeah, I see. Go ahead.
AISD should stop the school closures process and develop a plan with the community of rezoning schools and better using its facilities. AISD must evaluate the buildings it has available and where it has student populations, with the goal of better using facilities and correcting historical attendance zones that maintain very rich schools and very poor schools, where children don't have the same access to resources or the same instruction. The district's plan should expressly ensure equity with respect to the most vulnerable populations, especially those with disabilities and low SES and English language learners. The Coalition for Special Education Equity is in favor of the proposed district-wide inclusion model for students with disabilities and an increase in funding for special education. It is past time that AISD better serve students with disabilities, including bilingual learners, and support, train, and not jeopardize its staff and teachers. A committee should be formed to identify and implement an inclusion model. Accountability measures must be adopted to ensure that the model is implemented. The district must keep its promises regarding special and bilingual education.
Thank you for your comments. Carly Weaver.
This is an excerpt from National Wildlife Federation's Regional Director of Education, Mariah Fowler's letter of support for Brooke. I am writing to express National Wildlife Federation's sincere concern in hearing that Brooke Elementary is one of Austin ISD schools slated for closure, and I'm hoping that you will reconsider. Public schools in large urban areas like Austin with high minority and economically disadvantaged students are continually challenged to close achievement gaps between economic and ethnic groups. This problem is further compounded by the fact that green space in urban centers is limited, and children from economically disadvantaged neighborhoods often do not have the same access to nature as their more fortunate peers. AISD sets the bar for student districts across the country who are making a commitment for students in urban centers to have equitable access to nature. Brooke Elementary serves as an outstanding example of this commitment. Brooke Elementary is doing it right and setting their students up for a bright future. With great admiration for overall direction Austin ISD is taking to provide equitable access to nature for their students, we urge you to keep Brooke Elementary open and to leverage their success as an example for all.
Thank you for your comments. Lisa. Yeah.
Buenas noches. My name is Lisa Flores. I'm a proud parent to 2 students in AISD and part of the Coalition for Special Education Equity. I'd first like to thank all of you for the inclusion of specific consideration to improving special education for the 10,000 students with disabilities in AISD. However, I cannot support the school changes proposal. I never wanted special education to become an unintended bargaining chip. I would like for the trustees to vote for the improvement of special education in isolation from the rest of the school changes proposal. Regardless of the outcome of the vote here tonight, special education must be improved. A district-wide model of inclusion must be planned for and implemented before we displace any students with disabilities. True meaningful inclusion takes extensive planning, training, and buy-in from everyone. It's a complete shift in culture and mindset. I ask this board to create a committee with the goal of creating a district-wide inclusion model with the input of experts, educators, students, and parents. Please add this for this committee as an agenda item. Please vote no on school changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Juan Torres.
My name is Juan Torres. I'm here on behalf of Baranoff, Southwest Austin, but also against all the school closures. If you're talking about saving money for AISD, don't make changes in Southwest Austin that spend more money. We don't need additional buses if you don't rezone additional students in Southwest Austin. Plan K, which was what the BAC deliberated with the community for 11 months on, saves money. It actually makes sure that the schools have enough relief based off of the guidelines they were given by Dr. Cruz and the BAC deliberated on. Plan I was presented, and Plan K was only created in the last committee meeting. And after they looked at it against Plan I, they saw that that was the best option for that area. After 11 months of deliberating, we want to work with AISD. All of Southwest Austin united. We came up with solutions. And if you're not going to hear the community in Southwest Austin, how is anyone supposed to believe that AISD is going to hear any community or any community feedback? And if that's going to be the case, how are we going to have faith in the school system going forward? Please consider Map K for Baranoff for all of Southwest Austin. Don't close any schools.
The next 5 speakers are Anna Tumadottir, Ted Hare, Chad Nordby, Jim Sees, and Judy Townsend. Is Anna here?
Hey everyone. My 2 kids are back there. I thought about bringing them up here with me, but they'd probably interrupt and want to tell you about a few good ideas of their own versus the terrible idea that is closing some of Austin's schools. There are a few good things in y'all's proposal, like district-wide special education systems and family-first expanded school hours. So I think we should do good things first and then just not do bad things. How about that? That's what I teach my kids, right? So the schools that you have slated for closure based on tonight's vote have achieved what they have achieved without support. Imagine what they would look like with your support. Imagine what they would look like with more funding for special education. And imagine what they would look like with extended school hours. So why don't we do the good things first? We might not even have to do the bad things at all, right? I guess that's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker is Ted Herr, and then Chad Nordby, and then Jim CAC. Yes, sir.
My name is Ted Hare. I'm formally protesting the 1-minute cap on public comments. It is insufficient time to discuss the concept of disparate impact in discrimination law as it relates to the school changes plan. As school board members, the district administration should have trained you on disparate impact and should have informed you annually of the failure to develop an equity plan as required by the Texas Education Agency since 2016. You don't have an equity plan. This administration cared enough to do an educational suitability study. They cared enough to do a financial study, but they didn't bother to comply with the federal ESSA law and guidelines when it came down to creating an equity plan. People have been fighting discrimination in this country for centuries. 65 years ago, the Supreme Court banned segregation in the schools. 55 years ago, President Johnson signed the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And yet, here I stand, along with a number of other people, and we are again fighting disparate treatment of communities of color. So today, I and many others ask a question. Why? Why do we still have to fight school policies that discriminate against children of color? Why?
Thank you for your comment. Chad Nordby. Are you Chad or yeah? Yep, you're next.
So my name's Chad Nordby. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Brook Elementary. So the very first time I went and did the school visit, first impressions never are. I was a little skeptical, and then we enrolled our kids in the pre-K program and kindergarten. And after getting to spend time with the staff and the students and the teachers, you realize what a fantastic institution it is. And not only is it integral to the neighborhood, but it's accountable to the neighborhood. And it's accountable to the neighborhood in a way that charter schools are not. And the way this plan looks is kind of a lot like someone else who's not accountable. And those are like private equity organizations. You look at private equity in business, they do the same thing. They massage the numbers, they move things around, they overfund one area, underfund another one, wait a while, and then use that as a justification to cut the underperforming one. Be accountable to the community.
Thank you for your comments. Jim, the next speaker is Jim, and I'm not sure, it's capital S-E, capital A-S-E, but it's Jim Cease? Cease. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
The school board has told Pease Elementary how much you admire and value our successful, racially mixed learning community. That is why you have encouraged us to dedicate our resources, our time, our efforts to develop a Pease 2.0. Along with professional architects, educators, and elected officials, we have created that proposal for you. Yet, AISD believes that Pease School, with its unique history and location, can provide more value to our community as a place to store old records and archives. Is anyone in here convinced that Pease School is better used as a place to store records and archives than a school? No. Everyone in the community thinks that. Everyone. There's no one out there saying that's the right decision. I ask you, trustees, if you are so sure that that's the best use for this building, if you are so sure that it doesn't even consider any other consideration, you need to rethink it, because once that school is closed, it's gone.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Judy Townsend. And then let me just list off a couple names. I was like Kenley Maddox, Bertha Rendon Delgado, Anita Robertson, and Patrick Garrett. So go ahead. Can you, please start it and then turn on the microphone. I think it should start when you speak.
All of the closures off the table for AISD schools. AISD's process for the latest round of school changes has been flawed from the beginning, going back to the 2017 bond that was supposed to address maintenance issues in underserved campuses. Instead, these funds have not been spent, and now AISD staff is suggesting that many of these schools be closed. I feel betrayed as a taxpayer, and am concerned that any bonds put up in the future will not have support due to the bait and switch nature of fulfillment. AISD staff also cannot describe the process that they used to select any of the schools on this list. It is a combination of things, including facility scores, utilization, education assessments, and a little bit of art. What this tells me as a person in my real job who runs a $1 billion sales forecast process company is that the underlying assumptions contain items that would reflect poorly on the process, such as staff personal opinions, land values, insider development deals, or plain old retaliation for speaking up.
Thank you for your comments. Kenley Maddox.
Separate is inherently unequal. Is this microphone on?
Can you speak a little closer to it? I just want. Yeah, it's on. Can you speak a little?
Can you hear me now? Can anyone hear me? Is that good? Separate is inherently unequal. That's the message I bring to you today in the year 2019 in Austin, Texas. The only policy that AISD has enacted to promote integration of the schools that's on the books today is the majority-minority transfer program, and that works at one elementary school, Pease. Now you're going to close that elementary school. The statesman quoted an architect of this plan saying, Pease is the opposite of equity because it allows minority students to attend an integrated school. Does AISD believe minority students belong in minority schools? We'll find out tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Bertha Rendon Delgado, and then Anita Robertson.
Good evening. So I hold my shirt because I'm a Metz graduate, and I am very proud to be an AISD Metz graduate, along with a parent. My son goes to Aikens. So when we talk about community, we are the community. And when we ask you all to hold a vote because of the fact that it's going to damage our neighborhoods and our children, then you are there to serve the public, and your job is to hear our voices. We have spent countless hours mobilizing the neighborhoods and the community across the district, and we are tired. Thanksgiving is in 2 weeks and Christmas is next month. And we have to tell our families and our children, our grandchildren, our niece, our nephews that their school is going to be closed, and they may not have a school to go to, or their parents don't have jobs to go to, because AISD has employed all of our community. So what are you doing up there? I am irate, I am upset, and I am disappointed. And we will ask for a recall for all your positions if you do not listen to the community, because we will not give up on our neighborhood schools.
Thank you.
Metz Elementary, Save East Austin Schools, Brooke.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anita Robertson is the next speaker. Thank you.
I am here today. Is this on?
Yes.
I am here today as a mental health professional to tell you about the Adverse Childhood Experience Study, an evidence-based study that has demonstrated that the more adverse childhood experiences, also known as ACEs, that one has in childhood increases the likelihood of negative health and social impacts across a lifespan. AISD's proposal asks that the students that have the highest probability of ACE scores, minority and low-income populations, to sacrifice a preventative measure that counteracts ACEs, that is stability in their second home, that is their school, their teachers, and their classmates and staff. Doing this proposal will have catastrophic and higher impacts than it would on their wealthy white counterparts. I have with me the letter that I sent to you with licensed mental health professionals stating why we do not want you to unfairly and unnecessarily harm vulnerable populations. I also have 5,000 signatures from the petition I created that for the general public that also agrees with this. Today you have an opportunity to protect children. Please do so.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Patrick Garrett. Oh, I'm sorry. They go to the officer there. Sorry. The next speaker is Patrick Garrett, and then Kelly Dawn afterwards.
So 2 weeks ago, you guys sat in this room to discuss the school changes. I'd like to revisit that discussion a little bit. Trustee Tyke, you had asked for a coherent reason as to why peace was selected. The answers you were provided had holes poked in it by a group of volunteers in a matter of a couple days versus what the district had been able to provide in over a span of many months. To Trustee Ellens, I do appreciate you for attempting to lift up the PEAS 2.0 plan. You represent the area where the school is located, and I implore you to not turn a blind eye to your duty in preserving the legacy of PEAS as anything other than a free public school. Trustee Wagner, so one of the concerns you had mentioned was that there was a sense that the district was missing what makes a good school. PEAS exemplifies the virtues that you aspire the district to achieve. Lift it up as a model instead of letting it fade away into the annals of history. Trustee Singh, I really appreciate all the research that you had performed and for pressing back on the numbers that have been presented. These are nonsensical at worst and inconsistent at best. Finally, in many of the community meetings I've attended, the propaganda presented was plastered with the question of, are we being bold enough? You know, there's a fine line of being bold versus being offensive. I think you guys have crossed that.
Patrick, thank you. Kelly Dawn, and then Abby Burnham. Kelly?
Yes. Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Doan. I'm here yet again to represent the Kiker Bikers. The Kiker Bikers are a small group of students that actually reside between south of South Bay to north of 45. They are the faces of the students that have been at countless Boundary Advisory Committee meetings. As Juan had mentioned before, and as countless other families from Kiker have gotten up here and spoken, we worked really hard with the Boundary Advisory Committee to come up with Plan K. And when Superintendent Cruz, you put forth a different plan, Plan B, our children were crushed by that because we as parents have diligently involved them in this process. We want them to know that they have a right to stand up for themselves. We even got together and filmed a video and challenged you to come out to ride before you decide. We've asked you, Trustee Wagner, to come and participate in this. And I am here really not only to continue to spout the numbers, the data, the maps. I'm here with 350 signatures and maps, but I'm asking to respond to these kids who've been involved in this, please.
Thank you for your comments. Abby Burnham, and then Alicia Cooper.
Hello, my name is Abby Burnham. I've taught art at Austin High School for 14 years. I'm also the proud mom of a Brooke pre-K student. If you want to fix enrollment, it's time to invest in Eastside schools, give them the programs offered to other schools that I see every day at my Westside High School. But do not shut them down. It's time to stop, listen, and build trust. Tonight I'm going to be reading a small portion of a letter written by Ms. Stevenson at Brooke Elementary. She would be here, but she's helping prep for Thanksgiving at Brooke, a commitment that she made to our students. To whom it may concern, I've been an educator at Brooke for well over 10 years. I came to Brooke by choice and remain there by choice. I live outside of Austin in the Lockhart area. I drive a long distance and sit in traffic, both coming and leaving. I don't have to do this. I do it because of the amazing school that Brooke is, and as well as the loving, caring, and supportive staff, families, and community. If you want to help the Eastside schools, you cannot shut them down. You have to invest in them. Yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alicia Cooper, and then Justin Irving and Jenna Cooper after that. Alicia.
Howdy. I'm a Maplewood parent. However, I stand in solidarity with my fellow schools in arms and ask you to vote no. As you know, Brooke has an alternate proposal, and I'd like to read from a letter of support from the community. This is from West Cave Outdoor Discovery Center. Evidence clearly shows that all humans are simply better when they have the opportunities to live and learn with regular exposure to natural spaces. Equitable access to nature is a central theme in our work, and Brooke's approach to nature-based education has benefits proven to improve academic achievement, nature connectiveness, and human wellness. The school has academic distinctions in math, science, and their multidisciplinary approach to learning creates the stewards of our world's needs. West Cave Outdoor Discovery Center, home of Children in Nature Collaborative of Austin, supports the designation of Brooke Elementary as a model outdoor leadership and nature therapy campus to expand access to hand-on nature-based learning throughout Austin Independent School District.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Justin Irving. I'm representing the Austin Neighborhoods Council, which I'm president of. Right now, there's a resolution that we just passed that opposes the school closure plan. I want you guys to take a look at that. It's in your email box. I don't represent just the Austin Neighborhoods Council, though. I represent a couple communities here, including Maplewood and just Austin citizenry in general. And I want you to listen to this moment in history, which is, I think, trying to tell you something extremely important about our future and a whole lot about our past. I want to congratulate you on uniting the East Austin community. I think that's an amazing thing, and I want you to not feel attacked tonight. I think that what you should know about this community is that when you're down and you're in a community, as long as you're part of that community and you're listening to that community, we'll pick you up.
Yeah. That's right.
Thank you. Jenna Cooper. Jenna Cooper.
Good evening, members of the board. I come to you tonight as a professional public historian of Austin history. These school closures and consolidations on the Eastern Crescent align directly with the Koch Flower Plan of 1928, as well as redlining. By going through with these plans, not only would trustees be dishonoring their duties to the constituents, they will set in motion trauma that will last for generations. Just ask any Elsie Anderson alum. I want to speak directly about Pease. The reason Pease has not been closed by previous trustees in the past, such as Delco, Garcia, McClellan, is because it is the one school in downtown Austin, downtown defined by MLK, Lamar, Lady Bird Lake, and I-35, serving downtown parents, the only school that did not have to go through busing. It was so integrated in the 70s. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker is Kate Hayes. Kate Hayes, and then Liz Johnson, Matthew Burnham, Adam Sparks, Chia Gilori, and Layla Mansouri, and then Afton Trevino. So Kate, and then Liz Johnson, Matthew Burnham, Adam Sparks, Chia Gilori, Layla Mansouri, and Afton Trevino. And after Afton Trevino is Brandon Barrera.
The school closures proposal is destructive and cynical. It has eroded trust in AISD. It has the effect of turning away families. If you close our schools, we will choose charter schools and schools outside the district, or return to what no longer feels like our schools. We will wonder when AISD will close the next school. Don't sell us out. Vote no.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Liz Johnston. I'm a Pease parent, and I urge you to vote no on all school closures.
Do not give up the public land that was set aside for our children's education for short-term, near-projection gains that were wrong as recently as this last year, because you've gained more students than you expected, and the financial aspects has gotten better in the last year as well. So any cost savings that happen from the closing these 4 schools is going to be very small, minimal compared to your billion-dollar budget, but the harm will be deep and long-lasting. This short-sighted plan sells out not only the stability in the community of hundreds of families currently, but it also sells out our grandchildren. Austin is projected to grow to 4.5 million in 20 years. Where are those kids going to go to school? And the growth is going to be in areas of town that is projected to be more dense based on the land development code that's being discussed. Please stop and vote no.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Burn. Mr. Burnham. Matthew.
First Amendment right, the right to free speech.
So, where's the sign? Yeah, sorry, Matthew.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Burnham. I'm the parent of a pre-K4 student at Brook Elementary. He's standing right here. He's not a prop, but I thought it was important for us to be here to talk about why Brook Elementary is an important part of our future. I'm an engineer by trade. I wanted to be an engineer from when I was a little boy. I knew math and science were what I needed to do to have a difference in this world. So when I found out, when we moved to the east side about 10 years ago, that Brook was so highly rated for math and science and tested so highly for a school that had very little funding giving to that school, it was an amazing set of circumstance that really was just an amazing thing. And I really want to implore all of you to think about that when we close these schools that are so advanced for what they have. If we gave them more funding and if we gave them more ability to be better, we could really make a really big difference in a lot of kids' lives. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for your comments. We have about 25 speakers left. The next speaker is Adam Sparks, and then Chia Galori. Adam?
Superintendent Cruz, can you confirm for us that next year when schools close, potentially amidst a budget crisis, that you'll be getting a 6% raise? That's a fact. That's true.
The superintendent of the trustees are not allowed to kind of respond
Okay,
back.
I understand. There's money. There's $186 million, and when that money came in, the administration took 6% of it. They're asking students to sacrifice while they all get raises. If you want to show solidarity with your community, don't take raises next year. If there's a real emergency, don't ask the students to sacrifice while over the course of when my son's school was going to be closed, you're going to be making over $50,000 extra than you would have made. There's money out there. Does it make any sense to take raises for the administration while the students have to suffer? Trustees, you are the people who represent us. Please help us from the administration who's trying to take the money that the state gave back to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I have this. I'm not going to say it. I'm from Austin. I've lived here my whole life. I have a second grader at Pease. You gave us 6 months in this plan, the latest plan. 6 months and nowhere to go. Destroying our community, ripping apart our child's only sense of friendship, their peers, all the teachers. We chose this school for a reason. It's a community. It has our heart. We need more time. We need more time. You can't destroy our community in 6 months. Into this school year, scatter us to the wind. Please, we need more time.
Thank you. Thank you. Layla Mansouri.
I appreciate your public service. I know that sitting at the decision-making table comes at a cost. You are no longer afforded the luxury of being an advocate for a single purpose, the way a consultant or a parent might be. You must, however, be advocates for the school children of Austin, Austin now and Austin future. A plan for the school children of Austin should not be designed with intent to disproportionately impact children of color and children of low socioeconomic status. A plan for the school children of Austin should be enacted with confidence in its design, its metrics, its fiscal integrity, and its intent of purpose. There are too many unanswered questions from the community, too many factual errors, too many questions about the appearance of ethical conflicts to take a vote tonight.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker is Afton Trevino, and then Brandon Barrera, Carrie Slater, Ananda Willard, and then Yolanda Corona.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Afton Trevino, and my daughter she goes to Peace. She's in kindergarten. You know, AISD schools are either overwhelmingly white or overwhelmingly minority, and that's AISD's fault. That's not our children's fault. You know, Peace represents the very goals that AISD speaks of, but instead of using it as a model, AISD wants to close it. AISD claims to want to do better by black and brown. Well, this is not doing better. This is AISD inflicting further harm. I beg you to vote no to closing Peace. If you close Peace, my kid goes home to an overwhelmingly white school. You know, we chose Peace, and we chose this community because Peace has a lot of kids that look like my kids, and it's a good school with a good report card. And those two things do not always go together with AISD, if ever. Okay? And so you will fail our community by closing Peace, and black and brown students, they don't need renovations. They need resources into these schools.
Thank you for your comment.
They deserve opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Brandon Barrera. Brandon Barrera, and then Carrie Slater.
Good evening. I'm here to encourage you to vote no against closing any schools this evening. Obviously, education is important to all of us here this evening, or we wouldn't be here. For my family, education is important, as both my mother and my mother-in-law are longtime public education teachers, and my father, who was born 9 out of 11 children to a migrant family who worked the fields in both Texas and Colorado, he never really had a home. He would he'd start the school year in Plainview, Texas, transfer to Colorado, and back to Plainview. And I can tell you, having a home is very important for your education. And my daughter's school, Pease, is slated by this plan, which is a bad plan, to close and take away her home, just like my dad had it taken away from him. And that is not acceptable to any of us to have our homes closed. Please vote no.
That's right.
Thank you. Carrie.
This plan lacks vision. This plan lacks equity. I have yet to hear Dr. Hawley's support. Start over with her guiding the district from the start. Research shows that closures do not result in savings nor equity. To address under-enrollment, try shifting boundaries, try specialized programming. Blackshare enrollment in 2014, $220. Today, $395. They have nearly doubled their enrollment by making it a fine arts academy. Try anything and everything before shutting a school and breaking up a community. The Budget Stabilization Task Force recommendation said that school closures and consolidations must be balanced east and west of Lamar. I'm not sure what map the Chamber of Commerce, district was using, but my map shows that all targeted schools are east of Lamar. Slow down. The budget deficit was effectively erased by SB 3 and unprojected enrollment growth. We have one of the most aggressive land code rewrites in recent history making its way through City Council. If adopted, it could add up to 200,000 units in Districts 1, 3, and 9 alone. We'll likely need more schools in the urban core, not fewer. I feel duped regarding the 2017 bond, and I would not have supported it had I known it was really a school closure bond. Fool me once.
Thank you for the next speaker is Ananda Willard. Ananda?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then Yolanda Corona after.
Good evening. I am a Maplewood mama, but I am here tonight to show support for our community members and our fellow friends at our school, the school slated for closure tonight. And so I know y'all are busy and may not have a chance to read everything that comes across your desk, so we're going to read a letter that was from Brooke. I, Racine McIntosh, founder of Racine and the Sun, have read the alternate proposal created by the Brooke Elementary School community. I believe amplifying the success of Brooke Elementary will enhance equitable access to nature and its benefits for students throughout Austin. Brooke's innovative and hands-on approach to nature-based education has social and emotional benefits and has been proven to improve academic achievement seen by their academic distinctions in math and science and their multidisciplinary approach to learning and creating the stewards of our world needs. I support the designation of Brooke Elementary as a model outdoor leadership and nature therapy campus to expand access to hands-on, nature-based learning throughout the Austin Independent School District and to support the social and emotional well-being of the students and the community. I urge you, please do not close Brooke and wipe the history and the culture of this amazing school from our lives. Save Austin schools.
Thank you for your comment. Yolanda Corona. Yolanda Corona, and then Gavino Fernandez, and then Scout McComb. Yolanda Corona, Gavino Fernandez, and then Scout McComb. If they're not here, we'll move on to Heather Bailey, Emily Sawyer, and Nadia Barrera Ramirez. Yeah. And after, if you just hold, you would be Heather?
Yes.
Okay, so after Heather is Emily Sawyer, Nadia Barrera Ramirez, Andrew Straw, Ricardo Turulols Bonilla, and Nathan Tucker. So you
Ready?
can start with.
Good evening, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I know you have a tough job ahead of you. I am the parent of 2 sons who graduated from the AISD system. They were the 3rd generation in my family to go to Pease Elementary. Pease Elementary has an amazing history, and I just want to make 2 points to you. I spent my time as a parent, president of the PTA, active in committees, and luckily, because my children went to Pease, was able to go and be active at the school because I worked downtown, and for a while was a single mother. You don't get that anywhere else if you work downtown. Pease has 2 things that cannot be fixed if you shut it down. The first one is the history, the legacy it leaves in Austin. Number 2, the unique model. As you've heard from all these other parents, Pease has a model of being a small school that caters to children from all over the community. I had the opportunity to go to school in our neighborhood, but I chose Pease because I wanted somewhere that was diverse. Please do not shut down this school. It means so much to the community, and you can't undo it.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. I'm Emily Sawyer. I have 4 sons that attend Blanton Elementary and 1 son at Martin Middle School. And I'm curious this evening if people like me, the white and privileged among us, would be here if we were only voting to close Sims this evening? Or if charter schools were threatening to take over the Eastside Memorial vertical team again, would we be here? Or do we carry the torch of equity as long as it suits our purposes and protects our interests? Do we lower the torch and snuff the flame under the cover of good parenting when it comes to our personal everyday choices? Sure, we want to save all schools now, but where have we been up till now? Well, we've been enjoying a system that generally works for us and our kids, and getting outraged when anyone challenges our opportunity hoarding. And now we're claiming trauma for our children when we have no right to do that in the face of communities that have truly been traumatized and terrorized in this city. Save all the schools, we cry, but please don't ask me to send my kids to some of them. Bus my kid across town to Lhasa, sure, but bus my kid one school further than we go now so we can balance enrollment and resources? Never! We need to do the difficult, ongoing work of self-reflection and self-interrogation so we can truly match our choices to our values. I hope we'll keep this energy to truly support the schools and students that need it most.
Thank you for your comment. Not you.
Hello, and thank you for your service. I come here as a transportation planning professional. The decision to zone children who live south of the river to Brooke was made back in 2006, 13 years ago. Sending these children back to Linder doesn't make sense because they don't know Linder as their own school. Sending these kids to Linder may save AISD a tiny amount of bus funding, but friendships and community don't understand what side of the river you live on. Many families impacted by this scenario rely on public transportation. Those that live south of the river have a convenient one-seat ride along the Route 300 with minimal walking to get to school. The 300 is a great route because it connects not only to Brooke, but other vital destinations like the HEB and the library. Did you know that Brooke now has a laundry service to help families? Taking the bus to Linder requires transfers and more walking. Even though Linder is closer geographically, Brooke is easier to get to by bus because of its proximity to Pleasant Valley and the frequent service provided by the 300. This proposal to rezone the kids risks impacting children and families by disrupting the stable and nurturing environment that staff at Brooke have worked so hard to foster. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Andrew Straw. Andrew Straw. Okay, then Ricardo Turullos Bonilla. Did I pronounce that right?
Turullos Bonilla.
Bonilla.
Ricardo Turullos Bonilla. Hi, I'm Ricardo Turullos Bonilla. I'm a retired ISD science teacher. Dear board and community, our educational system is broken as part of the greater crisis of civilization. It's broken because we don't know how to make it a whole. The problem is that nothing changes unless everything changes. The solution is Paradise Revolution. Don't fall for short fixes, long-term concerns. Start being have right, have wrong all of the time. This is not a guessing game. It's our children's lives that are at stake here. Stop rushing to close schools. You need to stop living in denial that you don't actually know what you're doing. My Paradise proposal is substantive. It's formative, not informative, like taking sides on issues. It requires study and your undivided attention. First, we have to unlearn dualism before learning hermeneutics that Triad Parks makes one whole, as in Paradise, the acronym. I'm teaching a leadership course on YouTube, free. Take the course. You're going to be like gallina sin cabeza, dando palos a ciegas. GD bless y Dios de ese bendiga.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Nathan Tucker, and then Debbie Oliver, Cheryl Bradley, Christine Garanya, Molly Wetterschneider, and then Ruth Tovar. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I work with the 4-H club at Brooke Elementary. I've been working with it for several years, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the school, support the school. That school has an amazing community. They have incredible gardens and facilities at the school that have been kept up by the teachers there. The teachers at the school, you can tell, care so deeply for the students. And I'd like to share what I spoke with the parents of a special needs child this past Saturday, and they have told me that their child has seen a huge turnaround since attending that school just in the past year. She's gone to being very social and very just improved her life so much, and to lose that I think would just be a shame. And the parents told me that they are actually considering either moving to another city or homeschooling their child. So I think you have to look at the kids that are going to be lost to AISD if the school closures do take place, not only to homeschooling but charter schools and others. So I just want you to think about them when you're making the decision, and I think it's a very important one.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Debbie Oliver. Next is Debbie Oliver, and then Cheryl Bradley. Debbie Oliver, and then Cheryl Bradley, and then Christine Caranya, and then Molly Wetterschneider, and then Ruth Tovar. And Christine, I think you're next.
Hi. I'm gonna make sure this works before I start. It's already started. All right. Is it working? Hi, I'm Christine Garania, and I respect that each one of you are public education advocates, but this plan does not advocate for education. It does not address equity, and in the case of PEAS, it doesn't address financial austerity. Admin tells you differently, but how do we know? Scenarios shift like sand. Updates come out on Fridays at 5:59. The last one was so rushed, it literally says texty on page 75 of 84. Page 75 of 84, check it out. Closing PEAS does not set a precedent that schools can be closed based on personal bias, flawed data, little equity, and an inauthentic community engagement. Furthermore, there is a legitimate danger that PEAS will revert back to the state and become a charter school. These closures do not achieve the goals you seek, and if schools can't meet the education suitability standards, then they should be changed to accommodate urban core schools. Break ranks, stop the closures, build trust, build a plan in equity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Molly Wetterschneider, and I'm a parent of a Ridgetop student and a Keeling student.
Can you stop the clock? Yeah, turn it back. And I think if you speak a little bit closer to the microphone, they can hear. But I think it's on.
Okay.
Yeah. there you go.
Hi, my name is Molly Wetterschneider, and I am a parent of a Ridgetop student and a Keeling student. I'm also a graduate of Albert Sidney Johnston High School, so I have a long and personal history with AISD. Austin schools cannot be both modern and segregated. AISD should foster growth in schools with diverse populations, not close them. No version of the school changes plan should be passed tonight. As a representative of the Ridgetop PTA, I'd like to read part of this resolution I'm submitting on behalf of the League of United Latin American Citizens. It is imperative that we address the inequity of the current AISD proposed school changes plan by stopping the vote for the current plan, encouraging AISD to partake in meaningful, transparent, and inclusive discussions with Latino stakeholders, including families, and presenting a new document that includes research and an equitable outcome and specific plans for funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ruth Tovar, and then after Ruth is Amanda Embleton, Lizette Resendes, Doug Boyer, Marvin Bendelli, and then Ken Surface. Sorry.
Buenas noches, Presidente Rodríguez, fideicomisarios y Dr. Cruz. Qué placer es verlos aquí todavía laborando para el bien de nuestros niños.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, members of the board, and Dr. Cruz. It is a pleasure to see you here, continuing working for the good of our children.
Lo repito, siempre es el tiempo adecuado para hacer lo correcto.
I want to reiterate that it is always the right time to do the right thing.
El sistema de escuelas públicas de Texas está estructurado para proporcionar una educación gratuita para todos los niños independientemente de la capacidad, clase, raza o religión.
The Texas school system is structured in a way to provide a free education for all children independently of their skills, class, race, or religion.
Les pido esta tarde que recuerden que la misma página de web de ustedes en su declaración de misión dice, preparando a todos los estudiantes para graduarse listos para la universidad, carrera y vida.
I want to remind you this evening, that your own website says in your mission statement that you're preparing all students to graduate ready for the university career and life.
¿Qué tipo de mensaje estás proveyendo a nuestros hijos que porque eres de nivel socioeconómico o no anglosajón, que no te mereces una educación de calidad?
What kind of message are we providing our children, saying that because you're from a low socioeconomical level or not Anglo-Saxon that you do not deserve a quality education.
Los edificios nuevos no educan a nuestros niños. Son los maestros, directores y administradores que cumplen. Vengan a nuestra escuela primaria de Brook para que vean eso en acción.
New buildings do not educate our children. It is teachers, principals, and administrators that do the work. Please come to our Brook Elementary School so you could see this in action.
Thank you all. I'm going to go put my kids to bed.
Gracias. Thank you. Amanda Embleton. And then Lizette Resendez, and then Doug Boyer.
Good evening. I'm Amanda, and I'm with Maplewood Elementary, but I would like to say that I stand with Pease Elementary and Metz and Sanchez and the rest of the schools. I'm here to read a letter on behalf of Brook. I, Catherine Barron, am a speaker on behalf of the Austin Parks and Recreation Foundation and their support of the Brook Alternative Proposal. We have read the alternative school proposal created by the Brook Elementary School community, and I believe amplifying the success of Brook Elementary will enhance the equitable access to nature and its benefits for the students throughout Austin. Brook's innovative and hands-on approach to nature-based education has social and emotional benefits and has been proven to improve academic achievement seen by their academic distinctions in math and science, and their multidisciplinary approach to learning and create the stewards for world needs. I encourage you to use the school grounds with AIC and school buy-in and support in the joint use campus to create an accessible green space for the community.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Next speaker is Lizette Resendez.
Hello. So I'm Lizette Resendez, and I'm a parent in the Oak Park neighborhood in Southwest Austin, and I agree with all of the parents here that we need to slow down. I'm here to ask the board to reconsider Plan K, which keeps Oak Park at Baranoff. Plan K was voted on by the BAC as the absolute best option after months and months of data digging, map drawing, feedback, volunteer hours, and meetings upon meetings upon meetings. Our thoughts as a community, as well as the BAC, was to let the new Southwest Elementary School open up and see where the numbers fall. With Plan K, the Grey Rock community will already be moving to the new Southwest Elementary School, which will help overcrowding at Baranoff. I heard Trustee Singh say during the November 4th school board that the goal of this rezoning was to ensure all students have a great learning environment. I've heard lots of great things about Kosurik, which is the school we'd get rezoned to. My son's best friend's dad teaches there and has so many good things to say about it. My son will probably be fine no matter what school he goes to, but what about all the students that aren't doing well at that school right now? What about them? Before any more students are added there, we need to slow down and know what resources will be put into place to help the school out when it gets even more students. Please reconsider Plan K for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is...
Good evening, I'm Doug Boyer. I'm a parent at Brook. The 2017 Facility Master Plan created TUPS to increase enrollment and or optimize building use through partnerships by generating revenue to mitigate costs. Through Brook's district-approved TUP, it has improved academic scores with TEA distinctions in math and science, received Green Flag Eco-School status from the National Wildlife Federation, and increased enrollment year over year. It leased out space to API and EcoRise, bringing revenue to the district. On April 3rd, 2017, this board amended the FMP to say, in consideration of future consolidations or closure, the district will first give consideration to whether a campus has been recognized by TEA for academic excellence. That consideration was not done in this process. Brook has met its part of the board's TUP agreement. The district needs to keep its part. Brook is thriving and only getting better. Let the TUP process continue and work. Please vote no.
Thank you for your comment. Marvin Bendelli. And then Ken, you're next.
Hi, my name is Marvin Bindley, and I'm a proud Peace parent of a first and third grader. I'm here to ask the Board of Trustees to give these communities at least another year to plan under their version 3 scenarios that the AISD administration has recently released, so that families have sufficient time to plan their co-locations, right? In our case, it's with Zavala, although I'm not sure anybody has seriously talked to the Zavala community about us coming and plopping down at their school. We all want to do this right. We want to do it with respect for all communities, and I think that's a tough proposition in such a short window of time. I was going to go ahead and make a little bit of an argument based on some of the numbers that IASD has released, but they're really confusing and they don't make a whole lot of sense, and I can talk to you about that later. So I'll just say this, and I think everybody can agree with me after hearing all this. I know I'm one of the last speakers. While the district leadership has divested themselves of our little communities, I'm asking you, our elected Board of Trustees, our protectors, to instead invest some time in our communities and a little bit of money in our children.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name's Ken Zarefis. I'm president of Education Austin, the employees union for AISD, and a 12-year teacher of this district. I want to let you know that Education Austin is not standing here in opposition to anything other than this report. This is not about closures, it's not about consolidation. This is about trust. This is about trust that has been broken and continues to be broken with this community and communities all across this city. This reminds me, it takes me into a time warp. I'm going back 10 years when we were given about 3 months to make a decision on whether this district was going to support IDEA charter schools coming in here or not. We had about 7 weeks to organize, to bring people forward. Not unlike tonight, not unlike the last board meeting when people said no. They said no, but what happened? The board voted 6-3 in support of IDEA. What did we do? We went out and found people that were going to sit on this board, that were going to stand up for our communities and our parents and our kids. That's what happened. We flipped the board and kicked IDEA out of here, and we'll do it again. This is right now is to stop the closures, listen to the community, and build trust. This is not about, we are not standing against any closure. We are standing against the breaking of trust. Spend the next year working through this and come back next November with something that actually reflects equity that Dr. Hawley can get behind.
Thank you for your comments.
This report is equitable, and that we can equitable. Thank you very much. Don't repeat the same mistake you made 10 years ago.
Ken, thank you for your comments. So that was the last speaker that was signed up, but out of respect for all of the individuals that might not have heard me, I'm going to say all of the names of the individuals who did not speak and see if they are here. Stephen Knapp, Kelsey Campbell, Monica Bustamante, Jose Becerra, Jeff Trevelyan, Gina Hinojosa, because that's all I had on the first page. Okay, second page. Leslie Poole, Cheryl Cole, Cynthia Valadez, Mike Pacelio, Yolanda Corona, Gavino Fernandez. Gavino's here. Oh, hey, Gavino. Come on up.
Good evening, members. My name is Gavino Fernandez, former Chief of Staff for Travis County Commissioner Marcos de Leon.
Marco, can you please start over? And then, Marco, I think if you just, Gavino, if you just lean into the microphone, I think they'll hear you.
Start over, please. Okay. Gavino Fernandez, former Chief of Staff at Travis County Commissioner Marcos de Leon. We, the members of LULAC District 12, join the Concilio of Mexican American Landowners, the East Austin, and requesting the AISD Board of Trustees to vote no on proposed school closures. The AISD communities have spoken loud and clear Stop the process. Work with us in keeping our schools open. Wait until after the 2020 census numbers are released on December 31st of 2019. This will provide us with more accurate population data, completion of redistricting of AISD district boundaries. This data will assist us in a solution to overcrowded schools in Southwest Austin boundary changes. In the interim, AISD should upgrade high-maintenance schools to reduce operation costs by installing modern, efficient environmental tools, retrofit of water, conversion to solar energy in order to maintain the community culture component of our schools and our barrios. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next person is Scout McComb, Andrew Straw, Debbie Oliver, Cheryl Bradley. Is that all you have? Okay. And that's the last speaker. So this concludes public testimony. And trustees, are there any questions or clarifications that you would like to make at this time? And if not, thank you, trustees. Next on our agenda is under the superintendent's report, Phase 1 of School Changes 2019. Dr. Cruz?
Thank you, President Rodriguez and board members. Austin ISD is committing to providing better learning environments and inspiring academic opportunities for all students and staff. The ultimate goal is to provide access and opportunity for scholars by reinvesting money currently being spent on empty seats more directly into student learning to ensure all students, regardless of zip code, race, gender, income, or disability, experience the opportunity to learn the skills needed to succeed in today's global and technology-focused world. As a district, our challenges are real and complex. We have a persistent academic achievement gap that we know we need to address. AISD has lost 6,000 students in the past 5 years and is predicted to lose another 7,000 in the next 10 years. AISD will send $612 million to the state in recapture for 2019-2020. School closures or consolidations are not in and of themselves an equity strategy. The investments made from the resulting savings are the equity strategy. With the implementation of the 2017 bond and without school changes, we would have over 13,000 empty seats. Our district carries the burden of $1.4 billion in needed repairs to our facilities. Staff will not lose employment if they're in good standing. When we say this, it would be then addressed through attrition. In the last 3 years, the district averaged around 80,000 work orders a year. That's almost one per student. Modernized schools not only are better learning environments, but they are far less costly to maintain, allowing us to put our dollars where they belong, in the classroom. The plan is not about bringing in charters. While I know consolidations have almost dominated the conversation around school changes, we are looking at strategic investments such as cultural proficiency, academic excellence and equity, special education systems and improving those systems, families first, having expanded school hours, strategic staffing of highly effective teachers, cultivating tomorrow's teachers, and first responders at LBJ Early College High School. These are the additional items that are in our school changes plan. It's not just about a facility. It's the facility and the amazing teachers who are working in our facilities and with our students in our classrooms every single day. It is a strong community, and I do appreciate that passion, the commitment. That is important, and that is something that's always been here in the Austin school system. Just wanted to highlight that within school changes, it's not one or the other. It is about both. It is about the wonderful people in our schools today, our amazing teachers and students, staff members, parent support specialists, the leadership in our schools that continue to strive to make the best learning opportunities for all of our students. And with that, I close my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Secretary Ellens, do you have a motion to approve agenda item 14.1?
I move the Board of Trustees approve the implementation of Phase 1 of the School Changes Plan. And for the record, I will read the specifics of that plan. Phase 1 includes the following actions. Number 1, direct the superintendent to pursue using savings from consolidations directly toward budgeting for and implementing the following academic endeavors at impacted schools and later for possible district-wide implementation based on administrative review. The endeavors include district-wide cultural proficiency and inclusiveness, academic excellence, academic equity, district-wide special education systems, families first expanded school hours, strategic staffing of highly effective teachers, and investing in cultivating tomorrow's teachers at Aikens and Navarro Early College High School, and investing in First Responders Academy at LBJ Early College High School. Number 2, combine the enrollment boundary for Metz and Sanchez Elementaries. Rezone students to Sanchez Elementary on completion of a modernized Sanchez. Transfer students currently enrolled at Metz or Sanchez will be provided a continuation transfer if requested. Excuse me. Number 3, combine the enrollment boundary for Sims and Norman Elementaries. Rezone students to Norman Elementary on completion of a modernized Norman. Transfer students currently enrolled at Sims or Norman will be provided a continuation transfer if requested. Number 4, approve a boundary change for Brook Elementary students living south of Lady Bird Lake to Linder Elementary. Number 5, combine the remaining enrollment boundary for Brook and Go Valley Elementaries. Students currently enrolled at Brook will be provided a continuation transfer to Go Valley if requested. Number 6, co-locate current Pease Elementary students under their existing PEMS number at Zavala Elementary, effective for the 2021 school year, allowing the two schools as communities a year longer to co-create a plan for consolidation effective with the 21-22 school year. Number 7, approve boundary changes in Southwest Austin, including Plan B for New Southwest Elementary, Kiker, and Baranoff, Plan I between Baranoff and Kasurik, Plan 13 between Cowan and Boone, and Plan X between Bailey and Goriski. Please note, a student entering grades 4, 5, or 8 in the 2021 school year shall be eligible to stay at their current school through the highest grade level. A currently enrolled sibling at the same school of a student entering grades 4, 5, or 8 in the 2021 school year shall also be eligible to attend his or her current school until the youngest currently enrolled sibling completes the last grade offered on that campus. Direct the superintendent to freeze transfers to the sending elementary schools for at least the next 2 years, despite their potential capacity or enrollment. And number 8, place a 2-year moratorium on requests for proposals for commercial sale of each newly vacated property. Direct the superintendent to prioritize community use or affordable housing for teachers or staff and to engage with the community, city, and the board.
Is there a second?
Second.
So trustee Matthias. So is there any discussion, trustees? I'll take trustee Singh, and then trustee Teich, and then trustee Matthias, and then trustee Anderson. Letitia Anderson, sorry. Trustee Cindy Anderson. Okay. Trustee Singh.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would love to invite our Chief Equity Officer, Stephanie Hawley, to please give us her perception of these proposals and this process, particularly focusing on the consolidations and closures. And I would like to, after she finishes that, I would love to be able to make an amendment to the motion.
So, Trustee Singh, I think there's a point of order that the superintendent can call his staff. I just want to make sure that unless there's a majority of the board that's asking or directing to one particular staff, that's just my understanding of the process. And Todd, I'm looking at you, making sure I'm being correct.
So,
about
Dr.
that.
Cruz, I apologize for that. Dr. Cruz, could you please ask Dr. Hawley to come up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Matthias, do you want to have the rest of your team be there as well? Yeah, sure. Do you want the rest of your team here? Sure. I think we should put them on.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Hawley.
Hello.
You doing okay?
Sort of.
Okay.
Yeah. Your question is?
So my question was, since we were not able to, I believe the equity report that you developed is still being reviewed by the staff, and I'm sad that we weren't able to see it before we got to vote. I would very much love to hear your take. I know that you did lead the staff through a process to do an equity analysis on several of the scenarios that affected the academic programming. But what I'm more curious about is your take on the equity of the closures.
So first of all, let me say good evening. And I do want to express gratitude for being in this district at this point in time in history. I'm also very excited to belong to a district that has made a commitment to anti-racism. I'm very proud of each and every board member who participated in the training, just an introduction training. You just put a toe in the water and you came to an understanding of what anti-racism was. You came to an understanding that you're either racist or anti-racist, and there's no in between. And so I'm very excited about that. I'm very proud of my team of folks, Dr. Cruz's team. Over 50 administrators were introduced to what it means to be anti-racist and to disrupt a long history in the district. So I want to preface that. I'm very proud, very excited. The map that you have of the closures is a map of what 21st century racism looks like. We did not deliberately do that, but we didn't disrupt history. Our process for selecting schools was flawed. It was inequitable. I can't find any documentation of how those selections were made, and I talked to all our staff. I can't find any documentation. And I looked, and in order to produce the report that our staff is reviewing, and I want to say our staff are amazing. Our staff members are amazing folks. But nobody could give me the paper. So I'm an old teacher, and I need to see your work. I didn't see the work. I didn't see it. So I don't know how those schools were selected. People have told me different things at different times. I got here August 1st. I've heard different stories. I've seen different data, and I've done my best. And Dr. Cruz can tell you, we talked today, and I've asked, based on things that I'm seeing in the district, that we bring in national consultants to do an equity audit. We desperately need an equity audit on our facilities, our finances, our academics, because our data are screaming that we may be well-meaning, but we're doing damage. And so as you say about closures and consolidations, right now we have a perfect map of what well-meaning racism looks like. And I really believe that we can do better. And I really believe that more intensive training, I believe more contact with the communities that we're disrupting, because the process did not start with the most vulnerable children. It didn't start with the social emotion. I spoke with a black woman the other day, and she said, Dr. Hawley, we don't come to your meetings. She said, because you all believe that the black and brown dirt that the schools are on are more valuable than the black and brown children in the school. And that's from a black parent in this district. So I say all this to say that we had a very flawed, not transparent process. It was not transparent, it was opaque. And I don't think anybody got out of bed and deliberately, viciously did this, but the damage and the impact is the same. And we've seen the past in the district. The children have spoken to us, the parents have spoken to us, the researchers have spoken to us, the future has spoken to us. Dusty Harshman gave us a picture of what the public school desert is going to look like for black and brown children. So the past, the present, and the future has spoken to us, and we're still producing the same plan. So I don't know. I don't know. And here's the thing I do believe. I believe that all of our leaders are smart enough to spend more time with our community and really co-create, because we all admit we didn't really co-create with you. We really did not co-create with you. And we have the ability to do that. And I think we have the ability to bring humanity to this process. I've sat with crying abuelas. I've sat with crying children. We're having a disproportionate impact on children placed in special education. And my hope, and you ask me, these are my impressions. My hope is that we will demonstrate the humility to take a step back, because we know that this is forever work that you're voting on tonight. East Austin will never be the same. It will never be the same.
Trustee Singh, have you, Trustee Singh, any other questions?
I actually did. So in the last couple of months since we've been working on this, I have heard a lot from the Brook and the Peace community. I've heard much less from the Mets and the Sims community, and I think that might be in part because that process just started much earlier. So I hate to ask if there, Dr. Cruz, could you or any of your staff maybe, I don't know if Dr. Hawley has it in it to come up again, but if she's the appropriate person, I would love to hear her take specifically on those two, simply because I haven't, in this compressed time, I haven't had as much interaction with those two consolidations.
Okay, with Brook and Sanchez?
No, with the Mets closure and with the Sims closure.
Okay, absolutely. I can have our communities who have been working with them over time. So I will have Gilbert Hicks, the Associate Superintendent for elementary schools. To talk about the connection. I know there are also some of your staff, Mr. Hicks, if they want to come forward. Let me ask Celso Valles, Jocelyn, Vokes. Each one has been working a little bit separately with different communities of the impacted schools. I should probably also invite Betty Jenkins, because each one has the responsible leadership for the communities. So please come forward. Okay. So let's start off with the Zavala, or do we want to hear with the Met Sanchez? We'll start with Met Sanchez community. All right.
Sure. Could I ask that you repeat the question, Trustee?
Yeah, so I was just saying that I have heard a lot from the Brooke and the Peace community throughout this process, and because it's been a bit of a compressed process, since the list of schools came out, and I knew, of course, that Mets and Sims were going to be considered, but we haven't had. I, as a trustee, don't feel like I've gotten enough information on what's been happening in those communities in the past year. To help bring them towards a consolidation, and would also be interested in just perspectives related to the equity and making sure that there's true co-creation happening there. So if you could just kind of respond to some of that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So we've been working ever since the 2017 bond. So as soon as that passed in November 2017, we all hit the ground with the Met Sanchez and Zavala communities to co-create one campus that was going to be selected to be modernized. And through a community collaboration, we selected the Sanchez community to be modernized. As a result, Sanchez students were asked to go into a swing space, which was Met's, and so as a result, they have been co-located as of this year. And not only have they co-created through the CAT team what the future of the Sanchez Elementary School is going to look like, but they're also in the same space right now. We have visited the campus, and we have stated to them that we know that this process has not been an easy one for anyone who's involved. However, the way they've handled it, I compare them to ducks on a lake, in that they have just been, or swans on a lake, that they've just been so completely graceful about hosting each other and being co-located with each other, to where they are, but we know that they are paddling like mad underneath the surface. But overall, what we have seen is that we've seen collaboration among the teachers with increased staffing resources. We find that students are better supported once the communities have come together. And so we're not going to ignore the difficulties that they have been through and the difficulties that come with change. However, we also cannot ignore the benefits of them being together. And by working hand in hand, even in my new role, even though I'm no longer in community engagement, I'm still working hand in hand with them. I still plan on being with them first thing in the morning. We find that by working hand in hand with these communities, that change can mean growth, and that can be a good thing.
So do the students, the Met students, they understand that the idea is that they're going to be moving to Sanchez, because you said that they were co-creating this plan for the future. So what is their level of awareness of the students and the families that they were going to be consolidated with Sanchez? Even before, was that part of the conversation before even school changes came out, or?
So with the swing space, when they were when they were coming on as a swing site, we gave tours to the students so that the Sanchez students could come over and they could visit the Metz students, and the students were nothing but excited, and that was definitely staff-led. Staff, counselors, teachers, assistant principals, and principals all came together. We said Metz and Sanchez go together like peanut butter and jelly and like chips and salsa. And we created stickers. We had a whole marketing campaign. We had costumes. The kids were nothing but excited. We had Saul Paul. They had Saul Paul come out, and the kids were doing the two schools, one vision. It was an exciting time for the kids. It was just something different. It just meant that they had more friends and they were in a different facility. In fact, I'll speak for the Norman Sims process. It wasn't until I went on a tour with Norman Sims that I was then convinced, from the children's point of view, when they were going over and they were saying, wow, I'm going to get a butterfly garden, I'm going to see this. It wasn't until I saw those kids that I realized that it was the adults who were more worried than the children were.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so thank you for that explanation. That helps a lot.
Hold on, I just want to do a point of order here. Guys, every single board member and staff member was respectfully listening to each and every one of you. And now the staff is answering questions of a trustee, and I would really appreciate it if we could maintain a culture of respect and make sure that we can hear them, and so do the people that are on the AISD TV, so they can hear what's going on. I would really appreciate it. We had 89 individuals who signed up, and we listened to everybody. So I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, and so just to go back to answer my question, it sounds like there's a lot done to kind of bring these two communities together, and your perception that it was positive. But do the kid? I guess I'm trying to ascertain, because I wasn't a trustee, being fairly new. Did people know even before the school changes came out that they were going to be combined into one single campus?
That's where Jocelyn's talking about the planning team. And I think it was Jocelyn and Monica Gonzalez who were working with a planning team that was created to look at the process. So first, the first decision point was about which school to modernize. Yeah. So that was the first decision point. And so then that was going to be the co-location. Then they've been coming together to determine then next steps while look at enrollment practices. So we have been working with them over time, and that's what Jocelyn was referring to.
Okay, so the parents and the children knew that they were no longer going to go back to their own separate schools, that they were going to now be combined? Do they actually, it's like a yes or
that
no?
Vote
I'm just
hasn't
trying to get a
happened
sense.
yet.
Like,
No, not that they were going to be combined,
Okay.
because that's what we're looking at is they were going to be co-located.
Yeah.
And then once the school is built, it was that determination, or when we come to that point, it's are we going to have the two schools, enough students for two schools, or the one school?
Okay.
And that is part of a process that we had established.
Okay, so I guess, that's what I'm leading to is what have we done as a district to kind of gauge how the families and the communities feel about that next step? Because it sounds like the co-location they were cool with, because, I mean, they understood that, you can't be in a building while it's under construction, so they co-located. But that next step of saying, like, hey, did you guys, we're going to be now putting you all together in one school, and your old school is no longer going to exist. Like, what did that conversation, did that happen as part of school changes?
I can speak to
or?
that.
It wasn't that the next school, that other school was not going to exist, because that hasn't been that had not been determined at that time.
Okay. Okay.
I can speak to that.
Yeah.
Celso Baez, Assistant Director of Community Engagement. Without putting the cart before the horse, the previous engagement series, the objective was to really talk through with communities what transition planning could look like as part of the school changes implementation teams. And so part of the feedback we got was, because a decision had yet to be made, how that transition planning would look like.
Okay.
And so that was the intent of one of the intents of the previous series.
Okay. And I apologize for belaboring this, but I still would love to hear from our equity officer on just these two. On these two particular ones, like I said, those are the two ones that I just don't have as much information on. So,
Oh, she's not here. Okay.
okay.
In the meantime, then we can talk about Norman Sims.
Sure.
Want to talk about Norman Sims?
Mike.
It's on.
So Norman and Sims was very similar to the Met Sanchez process, but just a year earlier. There was a lot of engagement that occurred through the process of a planning team as we began to decide how we were going to bring the two schools together for the co-location years. The bond said that we would modernize one school in the LBJ vertical team, and so a decision was not made whether it would be, which school it would be, but Norman and Sims were the two schools that were decided to co-locate as we began the process of determining which school would actually be modernized. And then there was a planning team that came to a recommendation to modernize Norman, and that recommendation went forward to the board, and that's the one that we decided to modernize. During that time, there was a lot of thought put into how the two schools could coexist best. And so the staffing ratios and the staffing quality and the staffing decisions that were made were all around making sure that we had a transition plan that was very robust for the co-location time. And right now, I can tell you that the principal reports to me that the students and the staff and the community are excited about the modernized school that they are moving towards and looking forward to that coexistence.
Okay, I appreciate that. President Rodriguez, you'll have to remind me, at which point can I make an amendment to?
So, I'm sorry, did you still want Dr. Holly to come
Well,
and speak
I did,
up?
but I don't think she.
Dr. Holly? Okay, I just want to make sure that your questions get answered and that Dr. Holly's here to answer your questions.
Maybe when she comes back.
Okay.
If she comes back,
Then
that'll be fine.
we
but,
will do that.
could
So
I-
the
yeah.
process, and I'm looking at our board council. So the process is there has been a motion made in a second. If you wish to add a friendly amendment, the owner of the motion, in this case Trustee Ellens, would have to accept your friendly amendment. Or, I'm sorry, not a friendly amendment. So,
It's not very friendly.
Todd. I just need, yeah, you need to make you would have to make a motion to amend the motion in order to do that. Could can you come up, Todd? And maybe, thank you. If you can explain this, because this is gonna probably come up a little bit.
The main motion can be amended any time a trustee is recognized and they wish to make an amendment to the existing motion. The only real rule on that is it can't have the effect of defeating the original motion. It may change a word or two here or there, but if its effect would in essence to be defeat the original motion, it's out of order, but that's a decision for the chair to make. The chair can defer to the board to take a vote on whether the amendment is out of order, but generally speaking, Trustee Singh could make an amendment to change certain schools in the existing motion, and then the board would need to take a vote on that proposed amendment. The amendment, by practice, has been allowed to be amended one time if another trustee wants to speak to that amendment and possibly make their own change.
Sure. So, Trustee Singh, do you have, well, one, do you have any more questions? If you're not, then if you have a motion.
I don't have more questions for this
Okay.
panel, so I
Okay.
appreciate that. And can
Todd,
I
I
add?
think you should stay.
Yeah, Todd might need to stay though. Before I make my motion, can I ask a clarifying question just on general process?
Sure.
So I know the default was that there was one giant motion that included everything. And I don't know if, like, is that at the discretion of the officers to decide to whether or not to combine everything together, or how does, because that seems to have been the default.
It's basically what Trustee Allen's motion was, is the administrative recommendation under version 1 of school changes.
Correct.
Phase 1 of the school changes plan. Trustee Mathias, you have a point of information?
Well, I'm wondering if Trustee Singh might be open to the possibility of all trustees on the dais having an opportunity to ask questions of the administration, and then we come back and see what possible motions there are to the amendment, and then we come back and share our comments on that.
I'd be open to that. The motions I have in mind are kind of like order sensitive, and so I don't want to lose my chance to make this particular motion early on.
I think we have all night, and we'll recognize every trustee. My
Okay.
role is not to be closing off any debate, but encouraging debate and getting us to a solution or an end result here. So happy to.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Sure.
And it may not make everyone. And I will tell you the process to go through all this has been very comprehensive, I would say, for each of us as trustees. Based on the and Dr. Holly's not back, is she? Okay. Based on the information I have now, I would like to make a motion to remove Brook and Pease from the current closure list and revisit after 1 year after an analysis of the Land Development Code and city transportation initiatives and their impact on AISD schools have been complete. That the superintendent and chief equity officer have implemented an equity-informed and comprehensive approach for closures, consolidations, and boundary changes across the district, and that more detailed financial projections have been provided and vetted by the trustees.
So is there a second to that?
Second.
Motion? Trustee Mathias, you seconded? Okay. So any discussion on the amendment to the original motion? Trustee Letitia Anderson, and by the way, I still have the list of the original motion. So Trustee Anderson and then Trustee Mathias.
So I'm not gonna call people out by name. Think about the message you just sent to Norman Sims and those schools who are already consolidated. Think about the message you just sent with that vote. So I know we ain't at that point, but I'm not supporting none of it. And I made that clear from the beginning. If P's coming out, then all the rest of them need to come out. This is not the message we need to be sending. I keep telling y'all, this is traumatic, and the message you just sent is not the message that I'm gonna be supporting.
Trustee Mathias. Sorry.
I'm happy to second this motion for the sake of conversation and also possibly to support this motion. I think my question for this board is, do we want to vote for a motion before having all questions addressed? Certainly this trustee has certain questions that I would love addressed before we take a look at alternatives like that.
We can have those questions now. We can have these questions now if you want to ask them now.
Happy to. Procedurally, we have a motion on the table.
Well, we have a discussion about the motion. Are the questions about Brook? I mean, and if the question is anything about school changes, I think it's fair game to ask the questions as part of the discussion of the motion. And in this case, the amendment to the motion.
Sure, I'm taking that as a cue to jump in then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So with all due respect to Letitia Anderson beside me, we share many issues in common in Districts 1 and 2. What I want to be conscious of is the fact that we have deep equity issues in this district. As a Board of Trustees, I believe we spent 6 hours together now speaking and learning about racism together. I take very seriously the presenter that we had on the first evening of the training that we'd received had suggested that every policy we make is racist or is anti-racist, which is why I would like to draw attention to the history of Metz Elementary School as the historic white school in East Austin. There is a forgotten history. I was intending to publish this in 2012 when I was doing all the research that was shelved after I was elected to this board. There is a long, sad history. If you stand at the school zone sign of Metz Elementary, you can see the school zone sign of Zavala Elementary, and that is because Zavala Elementary was the historic Mexican school, the brown school, and Metz was the historic white school. Richard de la Fuente, when I interviewed him in 2012 about the situation, said that if you crossed East First Street, which today is East Cesar Chavez, between the white community south of East Cesar Chavez, or East First Street at the time, and the Mexican community north of East First Street, you were rocked, meaning people would throw stones at you if you were crossing from the south to the north or from the north to the south. There is a sad history, and Zavala and Metz continue to stand as two symbols of racial segregation in East Austin, which is why I was glad that the administration, in its wisdom, chose not to close the historic Mexican school, even though so many indicators would have indicated the wisdom of that. Their recommendation of consolidating Metz, which is already co-located with Sanchez, is certainly something that I support this evening, insofar as it will help us as a community to acknowledge that racial history to that school which is proposed for closure. I'll jump into my questions then for administration. If we are to remove schools, so what I'm understanding is this motion is to remove 2 schools from closure. I'm wondering if administration might be able to address the financial and or other impacts of that. As I'm a big believer in community wisdom. We've engaged a lot of people. I personally believe there are other I think that there could be some exciting futures. If we as a district decided not to have the boutique diversity that we have at Pease, to cite the words of Nicole Hannah-Jones, how interesting that we could dream in other directions. Our friends in East Austin have been crying for affordable housing for families for years, and advocating for affordable housing for years. If we, for instance, had the ALC and or the JJAP at Pease to be able to have the students more centrally located and to be able to have affordable housing at Allen, that's something this trustee could certainly support. Affordable housing at Metz, I'm happy even to make that a part of the amendment here, because Metz has been decimated by gentrification. Metz Elementary School has been decimated by gentrification. When I was first elected to the board in 2012, when John Cornyn came to celebrate with his Veterans Day that same year, that cafeteria space was probably nearly filled with students. Today, when we go back for Veterans Day, it's maybe a third filled with students. So I would hate for this board to derail the closure of that symbol of racial segregation in East Austin, though I could be supportive potentially. I'd be interested in knowing the financial implications and or others if this board were not to act, if the board were to accept Trustee Singh's amendment.
Okay. I'm going to ask Nicole Conley to come forward to talk about the financial impacts that we are they're addressing here with our schools, and then with the overall budget impact.
While we're waiting for Ms. Conley-Johnson, if I could simply say, let's see, Trustee Ellens and I'm wondering if anyone else was present at the beginning of the school year when we were at Metz and Sanchez co-located. It was an exciting evening, as I've shared publicly here in this forum before. I mean, it's not a student problem. The students were talking about coming together like, and that's why I often say it, like peanut butter and jelly. They were saying, we're together like cookies and milk. We're together like ice cream and sprinkles. The kids were incredible and were resilient and seemed quite excited to be together. So I just want to affirm what I was hearing from our community engagement folks, that it was For the children in the room, I think even for faculty and staff, it was a beautiful coming together of two school communities, reminiscent of when Go Valley and Allen came together. For those of us who remember that, we talk about the trauma of closed schools. When Allen closed, yes, there was some degree of trauma and we helped them through it as a district, but those two schools came together in such a beautiful and resilient way. Sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Conley-Johnson?
Yes, so I think she's getting the information on the particular schools, but we'll look at the financial impact and the academic impact.
And also,
so let me
after-
have Lisa, Dr. Goodnow to come forward then.
And
You
after
saw
she
her, made eye
addresses this,
contact.
maybe Dr. Cruz as well, you could address the follow-up questions I'll have you essentially concern the demographics at Brooke, especially the growth at Brooke. We know that that Brooke has experienced some growth. I think it would be important for us to understand, is that from north of the river? Is it from south of the river? Is it from transfers into that school? But essentially the question is this: is Brooke still needed as the satellite or support campus for Linder that it was deemed to be in 2006?
Okay, so on specific numbers, I'm going to see if Beth Wilson is here. All right, and so Beth Wilson can come and speak specifically to numbers north or south of the river for Brooke Elementary. But first we'll talk about financial, educational impact, and then of course specific numbers.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Trustee Matthias, Nicole Conley, Chief of Business and Operations, CFO for the district. Can you repeat specifically what your question is? Are you looking for the estimated savings operating savings associated with Pease and Brooke taking it offline? But I just need some clarity in the question.
Excellent question. So there's a motion to amend the motion by Trustee Singh at present, which would remove, if I understand the motion correctly enough, to remove Brooke and Pease from the possible list of school changes. That would not come without a price. That is to say, as a district, we've had this fundamental question as trustees. Do we pay more teachers less, or do we pay less teachers more? The same might be said of our schools. Do we invest less in more schools, or do we invest more in less schools? There's a cost to empty seats. Maybe you could address the costs of keeping those schools open, if indeed there is.
Thank you.
Trustee Singh, can you just clarify? I thought I heard you say for 1 year, or do you mean removing them completely? Revisited 1 year. That was the motion.
Yeah, no, I
That was the
I
word.
did. So what I did say was revisit in 1 year. But in my mind, that would be not revisiting just these campuses, but revisiting kind of the whole, whatever the equity report and all the other items I mentioned came up with, is what I meant. And I do want to clarify one other thing, since I have the mic. The reason I did not mention, partially the reason I didn't mention the other two schools is because I had not yet heard the equity perspective on those, specifically from our Chief Equity Officer. So just FYI.
Unanswered questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So for the Pease, we anticipate annual operating savings if Pease was taken offline of about just almost $950,000 when we include salaries information, and we looked at all funds across the district that are appropriated for operating dollars. And so those would be the salary and staffing plan associated savings with taking Pease offline. It's about just over nearly 1.1 million associated with the Brooke. And so when we look at these computations, we look as if we're going to allocate against the fewer schools. And the combined allocation for those fewer schools, it generates to just over 1 million that could be reinvested towards other endeavors that we would realize from staffing savings, as well as other funds and title, food services, and some other state small local grants that could be reallocated. So amongst the two, you're looking about $2.1 million that would be savings that would be deferred based upon that 1 year lag.
The non-financial costs, I'm, for instance, aware that many students are not receiving services. Right now, we're spreading so many services across the districts, especially with cuts to central office, and I think that's so important for us to acknowledge as well. When I'm speaking to faculty and staff throughout the district, especially, faculty and staff who are impacted by how it is that cuts have been that cuts. We're trying to spread resources across so many schools that it's really to the detriment of our students. I'd be happy for academics to weigh in.
So I think that you know that we did undergo last year really cutting staff in the academic department. That was reinvested. So it is evidence of how we have made really tough decisions to reinvest in early childhood and in our reading and our Read by 3. So that was because we were in a deficit, and the only way to capture those savings to reinvest for early childhood and early reading was to do those cuts. So that is true, and I do hear from our associate superintendents and some principals that some of that support especially at the middle schools is stretched thin. I think when we look at schools under a certain size, what you start seeing is that we have to share especially our specials teachers. So you start sharing your PE teacher, your music teacher, and your art teacher, your visual art teacher over several campuses, sometimes as much to 3. And so we do lose staff because they would prefer to always have one campus that they call home, as opposed to sharing 3 different campuses, 3 different art rooms, 3 different sets of music. So what we do see too is that we have so much turnover every year that if we were to consolidate, for example, Zavala and Pease eventually, I think right now the current proposal says we would co-locate for a year. That's not going to realize any initial savings really for your teaching staff. But I can tell you that we are running into some challenges in staffing, for example, special education really appropriately at Metz and Sanchez because we have not combined them under one PEAMS. So you can do a better job providing a concentration of resources when you have really a population. And again, I think that our FMP says 522. In my experience overseeing schools, it's somewhere around 550. But that's a range, right? So it gets really hard under 300. So consolidating even Metz and Sanchez means that we could alleviate some challenges with leveling and really with being able to better serve our special education students. So then it's the reallocation too that we would be losing. We would be, although that certainly these consolidations are not going to solve for district-wide special education transformation. They're not. But it's a step towards doing that. And even if it's a step for small campuses that we might consolidate and then really double down on those being the first campuses where we implement these transformational changes, those students would be the first to receive the benefit of those district-wide scenarios.
I appreciate the focus, especially on special education. One of the questions raised in the 3-hour meeting that I had with parents and staff yesterday was, Matthias, are you really willing to invest in buildings over cults and other needs that our students are at risk of not adequately receiving? So I don't know if you have any perspective on that?
So I always leave really kind of those buildings, dollars, conversations to the facility people who know them best. But what I do know is that we are taking money out of the same pot. So when we are looking at patching roofs, when we're looking at fixing air conditioners, and I know that they're doing the very best they can to keep students cool when it's hot and warm when it's cold, but that we still have these issues and that we're not able to really then fund. And I was just doing some tabulations on what our new allocations might be to really get us to Read by 3 and increase the number of cults on campus based on student need, and I'm short, right? So if we can start investing in teachers and in cults and in special education, really, again, that's an increase in staff too, and you could see that in how we've sort of sketched out what the beginning of that transformation and truly inclusive model would look like. So my understanding is that it's from the same pot of money. When we're really fixing the maintenance issues that can sometimes be very challenging. As a principal, when you have to come in, I heard Ms. Drink say this so clearly, when you come in and you have to deal with an air conditioning and you're not able to help that teacher who needs support, or the parent who's coming and needing mental health services addressed immediately, you're dealing with the HVAC instead. It it's much harder to run a school efficiently.
I appreciate that. And my question on the changing demographics, particularly of Brooke, stem back to, with all due respect to those who say that I haven't been to Brooke, it was back at Brooke that I first started hosting community conversations with the Spanish-speaking parents of that school in May of 2017 on the numbers of the school at that time. I'm interested in updated numbers because at that time, the number that I clearly remember was that we had 269 students at the moment that I was having that conversation with them, of whom administration was telling, the administration of that school, the local administrators and teachers were telling me that they were busing in 200 students every day. And that has shaped my perspective as a trustee of the injustice, as I've often said, of busing kids away from their neighborhood school in order to keep what was intended to be a satellite or a support school open. So any updates on the numbers, especially those that have contributed to the growth of Brooke?
Sure. Beth Wilson, Executive Director of Planning and Assets Management. So we did take a quick look at that. And there has been a small growth in Brooke this year. What we're looking at is coming mostly from south of the river. And we believe that there may be some growth from out-of-district transfers or from in-district transfers. But there has been a loss in the north part of Brooke that's north of the river. There has been a continuing an additional loss this year.
I just want to give a shout out. I have a former student, Jeremy, who drives his kids from Dale every day to Brooke. What a beautiful statement on the faith that he and his family place in our neighborhood public schools, especially places like Brooke. I would also want to say to my colleagues on the dais, though, I continue to ask that question when I hear that the growth is coming from south of the river in what otherwise could be the Linder attendance zone. It certainly makes this trustee ask questions, especially when people in East Austin are calling for affordable housing, and we all look at that site that could be for affordable housing at Brooke.
So, Beth, maybe with providing the numbers, certainly appreciate that. So one of the questions I think I also heard is Linder still needed for relief? I'm sorry, is Brooke still needed for relief for Linder from what was done then to what is done today? Just highlight high-level numbers again.
So when that, and I believe I started the district in 2006, so I know that there was the second iteration of moving some students from Linder to Brooke at that time. At that time, there were over 1,000 students at Linder, and something had to be done. There was available capacity at Brooke, so that seemed like a logical solution to continue to move students out of Linder attendance area up into the Brooke attendance area. Linder now, as so many of our schools in East Austin, is having issues with declining populations in the area, student populations in the area. They no longer need relief to that school.
I appreciate that. I just also want to point out, I love how administration has framed it, and staff as well, those who have assisted with this process, of how it is that programs, are something that we as a district are able to take from other places. We are so extremely proud of Brooke being a green flag school. I would just want to say publicly that Linder is, to my understanding, an Echo Silver Flag school, meaning they are right up there working in that as well. The Bs that we have at Brooke were provided by a Go Valley grandfather. There's just no reason why the kids at that new school couldn't take advantage of many of the programs and resources from other places.
If I could follow up on the building piece, the facility conditions, we have looked at our facility spend in comparison to many peers and urban district counterparts. It's clear when you look at sort of the age of our buildings that they become more costly to maintain over time. The second largest spend out of instruction in the district's budget is on facilities maintenance and operations cost. The numbers that I presented tonight are just based on staffing. They don't assume that we're going to reappropriate maintenance dollars because we have so many costly repairs that are deferred maintenance across the district. I would also say that there have been many looks at our facilities and the cost of our facilities, the impact, and the difference between moving towards a more efficient sized campus Some have estimated it's $500 million worth of generational debt burden in maintaining such inefficient school sizes. And so I do want to share that the estimates of savings are based just on staffing. They're not based upon reappropriating maintenance and operating dollars. But if you look at TEA data statewide and you look at our maintenance and operations spend in terms of functional categories, it's the second highest large category of spend outside of instruction. When you look at us comparatively against some of our counterparts, our M&O spend per student is considerably higher, and that is, in my mind, a direct result of the fact that we're maintaining so many costly buildings that are undersubscribed. And so that is something that we looked at through the Budget Stabilization Task Force, and it is something that is costing not only on the debt side in terms of generational tax burden to service and repair these buildings, but it also is the equivalent of staff, teaching staff that could be reallocated to support some of the programming that we wanted to put into place. So we're making decisions about how we're investing our dollars, and we have a finite pot of resources. We have infinite need, finite resources, and we're making investment decisions. And that investment decision is right now, I would say, highly allocated towards the maintenance and operations of many sort of failing buildings.
I appreciate that. I know that it's been for nearly 2 years that I've been raising the attention of this board to the fact that if we were to achieve the efficiencies of other school districts, especially our neighbors, that presumed 2 years ago that we had to close 37 schools then. These have been painful conversations. None of us wants to have these conversations.
Thank you, Trustee Matthias. Trustee Letitia Anderson, you had raised your hand again. Did you? You don't need any. Trustee Tice?
While we have Ms. Johnson at the table there, could you please, there's a lot of information going around in the public, and I'm sorry I'm about to lose my voice, but about our financial health, that we're in great shape right now, that we don't need to have any kind of, that we can afford to keep all of our schools open and that kind of thing. Could you please comment on that and perhaps give us some information, about what will happen in the next 5 years and the next 10 years, and will the legislature give us the kind of relief that they provided some of in this last session?
Thank you, Trustee Tite. So while HB 3 sort of, it did provide meaningful and substantial investments and new funding towards the district, it by no means brought us out of the woods in terms of financial austerity. We are still very much struggling with our bottom line. We got about $88 million in new resources. Over half, almost $50 million, $49 million was spent to provide our employees with salary increases. The other funding was, the other components of that new money went to address projected budget shortfalls of upwards of $47 million, because it basically cured funding for things that we were already doing in the district, and we were utilizing our reserves to satisfy those outstanding funding, those gaps in funding from the state. Austin was one of the biggest benefactors just because the outdated sort of perversions of elements in the prior school finance laws, we were the poster child for sort of everything that didn't work under the old school finance system. The state of Texas, public schools are poorly funded. I mean, we always rank at least 43 out of all 50 states. We have to be as strategic as possible with every dollar that we have, because we do have austere funding. Every year, we probably project about $12 million in operating baseline operating cost increases just to maintain the current services. And this is associated with employee health care costs that go up every year. We have increases for insurance and cost of our buildings, fuel, not to mention employee raises. And so we provided a raise this year of 6% and 7% for those with 5+ years. But to even contemplating sort of keeping pace with our other surrounding counterparts and to provide a small COLA will cost an additional $12 million. This fiscal year we closed with a $3 million surplus because we were paid twice this fiscal year for services to be rendered in 1920. So to say that we are in a positive financial position just because of the financial audit is a misstatement, because the state paid us twice in 1 year. And we're supposed to allocate those dollars towards our Medicaid support services for special ed students in the current year. We adopted a budget of a $3 million deficit. We've already appropriated another $12 million out of fund balance to support current budgetary needs, most of which goes to special education. So next year we are facing a deficit. Even if we just add up the fact that we're going to have employee costs for healthcare go up, building costs are going to go up just because the rates go up just like with every homeowner in this district. Any fuel needs, inflationary needs, our insurance for property always goes up. We pay TCAT more as they collect more in assessments. And then not to mention, we're going to have to contend with what we're going to have to do with raises. If we even do a 2% raise, that's another $12 million impact or pressure on our budget. So even if we break even this year, next year we are guaranteed inflationary costs. The state funding provisions do not give you more money for inflation. There was no inflationary factor. The only way to grow your money under the current system is to increase enrollment. The increase in enrollment of the 600 plus kids that we got this year over the baseline cost, I estimate it's about a $6.6 million benefit. But even with that benefit, we are facing a deficit of anywhere between 24 to $50 million, considering the system-wide, district-wide. We quantified the district-wide implementations, and that's another $27 million in fiscal pressure. So the district is not out of the woods. Also, HB3, many statewide leaders don't even know if the state is going to sustain funding for HB3 because of the property tax caps were put into place. I think that state legislators have already been having discussions about how do you sustain the revenue needed to fully fund HB3 in the out-year sessions. And so we need to be prudent. We need to sort of protect our reserves to the extent that we can, because some expect tightening in revenue in HB3 and maybe not the next session, but the subsequent legislative sessions, because to buy down the property tax caps are a substantial price tag for the state legislatures, which is why they're still highly reliant upon recapture as a method of finance for the state. And so I think the state is in a potential precarious financial position. I think if you ask any statewide leader, there are still ongoing conversations about how do we sustain the revenue, how do we sustain HB3, because a revenue source hasn't been necessarily satisfied yet. They're still highly dependent on property taxes and sales tax. And now that the income tax has been taken off the table, the legislators are really struggling to figure out how they're going to sustain the revenue needs associated with HB3. And so, again, the district's financial position is not one where we are completely out of the woods. We're still facing austerity. We will, if we want to accelerate any of our programmatic planning, it's an exercise of reinvestment. So the question becomes, how do we realign our investments to accelerate to spend on the things that we want? How do we spend smart? How do we spend great? How do we spend in a more meaningful way? And right now, our portfolio, we're spending, but do we want to spend our dollars on maintenance and operations? Is that the best strategy towards curing our achievement gaps? Some would say, there's mixed results. I think Dr. Hawley talked about the research studies. I've seen studies that show that kids are worse off when they're in under-enrolled buildings at the secondary level, and it has a disproportionate economic impact. And so there's always mixed results. You talk about school size, but the question just becomes, do you want to spend the money on buildings, or do you want to spend the money on extending the day, or doing strategic staffing, or buying teachers? That $1 million is at least 20 teaching positions. I think any school principal, they fight for 1 to 2 positions, but the idea of having the potential of 15 to 20 additional teaching positions or reading specialists or other support staff, I think many would sort of opt for that as opposed to sort of fixing the HVACs or paying utilities. And that's the unfortunate decision that you have before you when you have finite resources that are highly controlled by the number of students that you have And unfortunately, we're under this high property tax system. And you always have to think about the generational burden that we're passing on in terms of debt when we maintain buildings that we may or may not need today. Because if we maintain them, you have to fix them. And that is asking voters, you're going to voters, asking them to take on more burden. And so your question then becomes, am I asking voters for too much when we're already placing such a high burden on property taxpayers? I talk to property taxpayers all the time, many of which in the east side who cannot even afford their property taxes. They're paying more in their property tax bills than they were for the mortgages that they originally got when they moved into their homes. And so I understand the difficult decisions about equity, but you have to be mindful of the fact that it is a financial burden for many families when we don't make prudent decisions about taxpayer dollars. And we owe it to our community to go through that exercise.
Thank you. Trustee Teish, any other questions? I think so. Trustees, any other questions on the motion on the floor? So the motion is to amend the current motion, and there's been a second for it. So, yep. Sure. Oh, sure, Nicole. One more question for you.
A question about the budget information that's on page 80, the detailed summary of costs for potential consolidations. So this seems to be the same one that was with version 2, and I'm wondering if and when we had met one-on-one, there were other costs that we had talked about, and I would love us to have an official version of that out that includes other things. The transition, did I miss, is that in here? Okay, so there was an additional about $1 million on transition costs, and that was, I don't know if you happen to have that information handy of what was in that, otherwise I can.
Over the 5 years.
Correct.
Right, and so it really depends on, remember, a lot of that was highly dependent upon the repurpose decision. So if the board decided to not repurpose the site and to keep the site open, I made some assumptions about the cost of maintaining the building if in absence of a repurpose decision. But again, I mean, that really just depends on how quickly, at the time when I built that scenario, I wasn't aware of the 2-year moratorium. So if you keep the building online for 2 years, you're going to pay, you're going to defer those savings.
So I guess my point is,
but the only other line item was the transition planning costs, which it looks like we're going to incur those costs anyway, irregardless of whether or not what happens tonight in this decision. Because obviously prolonging the conversation will necessitate resources to have those engagement in that dialogue with potential communities down the road. So irregardless, we would probably have those transition costs.
okay, so part of, so I appreciate that. I think, you know, when I look at the research on how school closures don't always end up saving as much as districts think they would, I think Austin is at an advantage because we are a booming, you know, real estate market. However, I still feel like we do not have the proper, we need to have better and more detailed financial scenarios per se, because right now, and this factored into my decision making very heavily, because right now we have about $1 million estimated 5-year cost of consolidations that you shared just with me, so I'm sorry y'all don't have that, but I'm looking at it right now. I had my husband take a picture of it and send it to me because I left it at home. But and I worry that this also doesn't show the amount of money that we would lose to charters or kids moving out when we close schools. And I know we don't have exact numbers, but I feel like if we don't acknowledge that at all, it's not giving a true picture of the financial impact. as far as I can tell, I don't see a cost in here for repurposing Pease into an archives or anything else. Is that in there? So I don't need to
Yeah,
pull this.
we assumed about 66,000 off the savings in the
Okay.
Pease, so that is factored in there.
Okay. Where, can you point out where that is?
On Pease, so you see the 926, we decreased it by 66,000, assuming that we would look for a partnership entity to sort of help us manage that, presumably. So we assumed an apportionment for the Pease sort of archiving.
Okay, that's
For-
on page 80? Or is that, oh, it's on the
19
Pease
of the
sheet.
scenarios.
Okay, hold on, I gotta get to that. Do y'all know what page that's on? Okay, hold on.
Right, and so that would be our apportionment. The thinking is that we would have an entity sort of partner with us to help sort of sustain that building and those costs.
Okay, and so I'm on the page now. Okay, so tell me where it shows that amount. I see the.
I think it's 19 of the school changes.
It doesn't pull that out. It just says right here. Oops.
Yeah.
It says, this amount's been decreased.
Okay, so I see the 926,000. Is it part of that number?
It says that's 66. See that, read that.
Okay, so this was confusing to me, and it says the amount has been decreased by $66,000 to reflect the estimated annual operating expenses of maintaining Pease. So is that because you were hoping that a partner would bring in that value?
That is what we took off. So my entire savings was like 992 or something.
Okay.
Less the 66. And then we were thinking that a partner would help us match on setting up an archival sort of museum space. And so you can look at like a historical entity or a historic society or whomever, some kind of entity to sort of partner with the district to implement and sort of help us get best practices on how to set up archiving and museum systems.
Okay.
So that is not meant to be the entire cost. We think we would need a staff person to sort of maintain and help support under that scenario.
Okay.
But it wasn't something that we assumed that the district would sort of undertake on it all on its own. Because we had even looked at about social justice and other entities that sort of support social justice endeavors.
Yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate that explanation.
Point of order, please. Please.
Thank you. No, I
Thank you.
appreciate that. I wish that was kind of more clear, because to me that number is not, it's not really one that I can necessarily count on. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. Before we vote on, I don't know if
There are
we
two other
taking
trustees
amendments?
that would like to
Okay.
speak on the motion
I will
as well,
be
trustee.
quiet.
So you can ask as many questions as you like. Are you?
Well, I had a statement I wanted to make before we voted on the amendment that I made. So I don't know if
I
others
think we
would like,
will
I can
have
wait.
a discussion, yeah.
Yes,
So
perfect.
trustee Matthias and then trustee Owens.
I simply want to thank Trustee Tyke for her thoughtful question here on the dais. I mean, I think this is a prime example of how it is that, whereas during some of the community engagement, people are saying, you already have made up your mind, all of you trustees. I think this is an example of how it is that we, are in this constant engagement with community and considering everything that comes here. Appreciating Trustee Tyke's question, though I seconded this motion, I will join Trustee Letitia Anderson in voting against it. I think that the argument of fiscal challenges faced by this district are real. And I just go back to the the equity argument that we've been making as a district and as a board, which is essentially of choosing kids over programs and buildings. We're getting these kids, thinking in the situation of Brooke, into better schools. I'm thinking, for instance, of the New Go Valley, and into their neighborhood schools in the case of Linder. So I'm hard-pressed to ask voters to maintain buildings at the expense of our students. So I will be happy to be voting against this motion.
Thank you, trustee Matthias. Trustee Owens.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, specifically about Pease, related to either the comments or what I've just heard. So some speakers seem to indicate that they believe the district is actually closing Pease next year. The motion I read it I'm understanding it that the idea is to keep it open for another year, to allow the community to plan for the next phase. And now, it does say that it is operating next year as an elementary school, just not at the current building, but co-locating with Zavala. Similar to what we've been doing with Sanchez and Metz. Is that the plan? Oh, sorry. Is that the plan?
It is. Matthias, we're going to add to that?
No, I just wanted to make sure that you were leading that response.
So they will have a year to plan what comes next. Okay. So the second question, the document seems to indicate that there is a plan for the building. It's my understanding that is still up for debate and still part of the next phase of planning.
Absolutely. So Matias Segura, Operations Officer for the school district. So one of the things, and just to speak directly to the $66,000 offset, that was identified as a carry cost. It does cover utility costs as well as grounds keeping and routine maintenance. So we want to make sure that we did account for that because we didn't know exactly what ideas might come out of this next phase of how the repurposing ultimately might come to fruition. Certainly, we've talked about relocating the media services currently at Anita Coy and including them at Pease. We talked about exploring the justice curriculum with Dr. Hawley. There are a lot of ideas, but we haven't identified a specific recommendation, mainly because we haven't gotten past this part. But we have been talking about them. Certainly, we want to get feedback from the community to make sure we make the best decision for our community.
So the vote, the recommendation is not to shutter the school next year. You are planning to put something there in an educational format that we co-create with the community that loves Pease.
So our intention is not to shutter a school. We do not want to board it up. That's not our intention. We certainly recognize that the Pease site, the Pease school, is a unique piece of history. We want to make sure that we protect it. And so, again, we want to explore all options and do what we can. Certainly explore any partnerships available to us and make an informed decision.
Thank you.
And that would be true for the other sites as well. I do think that's one of the comments. So with any school that we would have, such as the Allen facility when it became available, we actually had some partnerships there. So that hasn't been decided at this point. So we're just using what we've done in the past when a school such as Allen or now the Anita Coy facility was not being used as a school. We did plan to see what was going to be the next approach with that campus.
So thank you, trustees. Any other questions on the motion? So trustee Singh, you said you had a statement to make before we vote on your motion to the
Correct.
amendment to the
Thank
motion.
you all. So if it were my choice, I wouldn't look at school closures as an option to save money at all. But money, and I will say, I think that's a last choice for many of us that are on this dais right now.
Just to be clear, school closures are not to save money. It's to improve the reallocation of dollars. It's to improve the allocation of dollars so that we can reinvest into operating needs.
So I'll start over. If it were my choice, I wouldn't look at school closures as an option to save money. But unfortunately, that's not the situation we're in. We have two closures, Metz and Sims, that started before my time on the board and are on a certain trajectory that just does not appear to be changeable at this point because the receiving campuses are already being built. But we have two closures, Brook and Pease, that I feel we should stop immediately. It's not too late for those. I've come to this conclusion after digging through the ed specs and bond documents, doing countless ERIC searches, which is an online, for all you grad school geeks, you know what I'm talking about, attending at least 20 community meetings, having dozens of, many hours of conversations with UT professors. Dr. Cruz granted me about 3 hours of one-on-one meetings with our CFO and with our Chief Equity Officer. I've been reading books that I've been introduced to through our cultural proficiency training that we've had as trustees. We've had 7 hours of training. In the end, there was just so much to look at that I actually had to develop my own rubric to help me make a decision. And here's the criteria that I'm using. There's 3 of them, and they're very simple. One is, will the closure actually save us money in the short and the long term? Number 2, will the closure put kids into modernized spaces immediately? And number 3, will the closure be done in a way that honors history and empowers rather disempowers communities? So, with METS, will it save money? I think it will. I think it will save us more money now to continue with that consolidation, only because Sanchez is already being built for 522 students. Will the kids from METS get a modernized space? Yes, they will at Sanchez. Was this done in a way that honors history and empowers communities? No. I hope that we can mitigate some of that by truly honoring a co-creation of the METS space. And I'm going to back up Trustee Mathias here and really focusing on real affordable housing with a 40 to 60% MFI. Going with Sims. The first question, is it saving us money? Possibly for the same reason with METS. The school Norman is already being modernized and it's being built for 522 students. Are kids going to be going to a modernized facility right away? Yes, they are. Was this done in a way that honors history and empowers communities? Probably not. But again, I would say that we could maybe mitigate some of that by truly co-creating what that space would look like. And again, looking at affordable housing. Broken Peas. Is it saving money in the short and long term? I would say no, and I'll tell you why. I know what the numbers say, but here's the deal. When we close schools in our district, we are sending a signal out to the community that AISD is unstable, and it just pushes people into the arms of charter schools, and we lose money that way too. We lose our precious students and our families, but we lose real dollars. Dr. Cruz had already talked about how many students we're losing every year. It also disregards the amount of investment that Brooke community has put into making it a green flag school, and so much more. Is it putting Brooke students into new facilities? Well, not for the Linder kids. So I would say no for that one. And also, is it done in a way that honors history and empowers communities? No, because this plan undoes years of community building and is one of the few low-income schools that's actually doing well on state tests. Brooke, from what I've heard, has not been invested in, and this closure is salt in the wound. With Peas, I definitely don't think we're saving money. I think the idea of an archives would honestly be a waste. That is not a high need in our district, and we have plenty of other spaces we could do that. The other choice would be, if we're not going to use it for educational purposes, it would go back to the state, and I'm almost 100% sure it would be taken up by a charter school. The students at Peas are not going to be going into a modernized space. And finally, was this closure done in a way that honors history and empowers communities? I would say no, and here's why. And I have changed my thinking on this over time. Even though the school has relatively low poverty numbers, about 15% of its students are on free and reduced lunch, it is a majority minority school, and Peas should not be tokenized. I know from my own personal experience, even if you're not on free and reduced lunch, if you are brown, you are discriminated against, period. And so I understand. It doesn't matter to me that it's not a low poverty school. It should not be tokenized, and there are still kids, still a majority minority school. So that counts for something. So moving forward, there are a few things that are imperative that I would really hope that our board considers before we continue the conversations for the next round of potential closures. I'm going to share them now. This district is wanting to make tough decisions to tighten our finances so that we can invest more in kids and less on maintenance, and that sounds really good. I agree with what our CFO was saying. But however, closing black and brown schools, even with the promise of opening larger modernized facilities, to me is not the way. I personally do not think that closing schools based on incomplete financial projections is being tough or courageous. It hurts our children. Peer-reviewed research from UC Berkeley and American University show that closing schools and putting kids in larger schools where they can more easily fall through the cracks is bad, especially for our most vulnerable populations of English language learners and special ed kids. I do not think that closing schools in our urban core without overlaying our plan in the new city land development code, which is attempting to increase housing density in those very same neighborhoods, is being courageous. It hurts our children. At last week's joint subcommittee meeting, even our county commissioners, Jeff Trevelyan and Bridget Shea, appeared horrified by this lack of consideration. I don't think that closing schools, when we haven't seriously considered how this action is the equivalent of rolling out a red carpet to privatize charter schools, is not being courageous. It hurts our children. When we cling to educational specifications or EdSpecs for modern buildings, like those EdSpecs are set in stone without taking into account new anti-racist perspectives introduced by our equity officer that we unanimously requested, that is not being tough. It hurts our children. When a district spends thousands of dollars, inordinate amounts of staff time, and from what I've seen, damages employee morale by discussing school closures before even coming up with a proper academic master plan, a new strategic plan, or equity plan, that is not being tough or courageous. It hurts our children and is almost a dereliction of duty, from my opinion. When a district, just a few weeks after learning our efforts are paying off and we have increased enrollment by 1,400 kids over our projections, we vote to destabilize that trajectory by closing schools, that is not courageous. It hurts children. I don't think that closing 4 majority brown and black schools at the same time that we are breaking ground using discretionary bond funds for a majority to help expand a majority white school is being tough or courageous. I think it hurts our children. And it's also mind-boggling to me. We're really trying to be innovative and progressive, but you know what? We are really stuck in an outdated either-or mindset, that we must close our tiny, under-enrolled schools that are falling apart in order to put our students in modernized facilities and give them 21st century instruction. But this doesn't have to be the case. If we truly want to reinvent, we can modernize our schools right where they are, just as voters were led to believe we would in the 2017 bond. So instead of taking a scarcity mindset, let's take a mindset of abundance. Let's build on our strengths and look at the plans that have been developed by Brooke and Pease, and let's work with the other 2 consolidations to really make sure that the voices are heard. Let's revise our educational specifications so that we can begin to undo our kind of the racist thinking and adopt more of an anti-racist mindset and realize that one size does not fit all. Let's let our chief equity officer be our guide. Let's work with the city and not against it. Let's allow our growth enrollment policies to pan out. Let's find less devastating places to save money, such as perhaps repurposing out parts of the new Southfield building instead of our schools, reducing some of our professional contracts that don't appear, some of them which don't appear to be making a whole lot of difference, and retaining staff that we have spent thousands of dollars training, and developing an aggressive charter school resistance plan. I'll end this by saying that you cannot achieve equity through inequitable actions, and that's what I feel like we'd be doing tonight. Thank you.
Trustee Letitia Anderson, please.
I'm going to echo again the message that you are sending to those families at Sims, whether you heard from them or not. The message you are sending when you saying remove Pease. Why are you not having that same fight for Sims? I wasn't on the board then either, but I am a former Sims student. And while I do realize Norman is being rebuilt, I'm gonna fight for as long as I can, while I can, whether I was on the board or not. The message that you are sending, even after your statement, the message you are sending is one that you do not care. You only care for a specific area. And believe me, they will be reaching out to you. That's not the message that you should send, that it's okay to go ahead and move Sims to Norman, but go ahead and pull Pease off of there just because you wasn't on the board. That's not the message you should be sending. And so if we really gonna talk about equity, if we really gonna talk about it, let's talk about why 50% of the kids that go to Pease live in District 1 and ain't going to District 1 schools. Let's have that conversation. Let's have that conversation. This is not how I wanted to do this. This is not how I don't like the bickering. But don't put one school against the other, and that's what you're doing when you making statements like that. I don't care if I wasn't on the board. I'm gonna fight for Sims for as long as I can because I've lived in District 1 all my life. I came through this district, and this is not cool. This is not cool at all. So please be mindful of the statement you make when you choose one school over the other. Don't do that. You sending a message that District 1 folks have heard all too many times, that this school is better than this school, so I'm gonna fight for this school over here, but just because I wasn't on the board, I'm not gonna fight for you. Don't send that message. If you wanna send a message, I'm here to fight for you because that's what I was elected to do, and that's what I'm gonna do.
So there is a motion on the. So I'm gonna call the motion. Come on, guys. We had public comment, and now we're having discernment of the board. So I would ask you one more time. I respectfully ask you to make sure that we have a culture of respect.
Respect us, because y'all are steady spitting in our face. Time and time again.
I'm going to ask one more time. Please respect the process.
That's all right.
So there is a motion being made for an amendment to Trustee Teish made for the motion that Trustee Ellens made and was seconded. Trustee Singh, I'm sorry. There was a motion to amend the original motion by Trustee Singh, seconded by Trustee Matthias. So with no other, yes, sir.
I'm wondering if that motion might be stated again for those of us who are.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you want me to say it? Okay. The motion was to remove Brook and Pease from the current closure list and revisit in 1 year after A, an analysis of the Land Development Code and city transportation initiatives and their impact on AISD schools have been complete. B, the superintendent and chief equity officer have implemented an equity-informed and comprehensive approach for closures, consolidations, and boundary changes across the district. And C, more detailed financial projections have been provided and vetted by the board.
Trustees, we've had a motion and a second by Trustee Matthias to amend the motion by Trustee Ellens. All those in favor of the we're voting on the amendment. So all those in favor of Trustee Singh's amendment, please raise your hand. All those opposed. The motion fails by a vote of 1 yes and 8 noes. So we're back on the original motion to support the administration's school changes version 1. And I had first Trustee Singh, who was spoken and asked questions, and then the next person was Trustee Teish for discussion. So Trustee.
First of all, I want to thank Trustee Singh for a very thoughtful statement. I know she really cares about this whole process. And I also want to comment that it's my observation that when these tough decisions are being made, that the elected officials who have to make them are often vilified. And I want you all to step back and think about the position that we are in and to be open to what we're saying. My question has to do with whether or not we have to take this motion as a whole. I would suggest that we divide it into parts and that we vote on those different parts as opposed to doing one monolithic motion. So I would ask the board if they're open to that suggestion.
So Trustee Teish, is that a motion, or are you asking
I
for
can make that a
discussion
motion.
for the board members?
I can make that a motion and then we can have discussion on it. Okay.
Todd, you have a comment on that?
There is a mechanism called a motion to divide the question that would it would be like an amendment, but it would be up to Trustee Tyke to identify those pieces that she might like to have considered as separate questions. And then that motion would be considered before the main motion.
So I would like to make a motion to divide the current motion into its separate portions and that we vote on each portion.
And Todd, does she have to be
There are
specific?
there are
Trustee have
8
to be
different-
specific to those 8?
Those eight different
Okay.
sections of that motion, because I don't feel comfortable voting on this in one big monolithic way.
So we have a motion from Trustee Teish. Is there a second? To amend the original motion. Is there a second? Trustee Teish, your motion does not have a second, and therefore it fails. So, any other questions, Trustee Teish?
Well, so I am now in the position, I'm going to go back to our Chief Equity Officer statement. I do not feel comfortable supporting this motion. I've done a lot of thinking about this,
Sorry.
about this.
Can I say something real quick? I'm
Sure.
so
Actually,
sorry. I did
Trustee
not
Tice has the
hear her.
floor.
Okay, I
Sorry.
meant to second that one, though.
Oh, okay, that's okay, that's all right. So I don't feel, I've done a lot of thinking about this, and I understand the financial pressures of this district. I also understand that I am not controlled by the Chamber of Commerce, and none of these people up here are. None of these people up here are. Please understand that, and please stop spreading that information around the district. Please don't spread stuff you don't have any evidence for. We are making the best decisions we can make, and I've gone back and forth about this whole proposal. There are even more concerns that I have about further changes that we want to make. I don't have concerns about the district-wide changes, and we're losing sight of that. We are losing sight of those district-wide changes, which are extremely necessary. So I'm going to challenge you, community, who've said that you're going to work to increase enrollment. Yes. You're going to work to bring partners in. You're going to work, hopefully, to advocate at the legislature for them to fund us the way we need to be funded. Otherwise, if you don't walk the talk, these changes will come up again, and it will be even increasingly difficult for us to support those changes, to vote against those changes. I would like for our equity officer to be given the opportunity to lead the discussion the way she thinks is necessary. I think she's done a lot of talking to the community. I've seen emails where she's done that. I think she's really reached out to people who are marginalized. And so that's what's prompting me to say that I would not support this monolithic decision at this point. Do I realize that we're going to have some new schools opening and not have the seats filled? Then I'm going to challenge you all. Find the students to come and fill those seats so that we can generate the income that we need to keep those new schools open. I'm going to really challenge you to walk your talk. So that's where I will rest at this point before I lose more of my voice.
Thank you, Trustee Teish. On my list of trustees, I have trustee Matthias, trustee Letitia Anderson, trustee Cindy Anderson, and then trustee Singh, you wanted to be put on the list again after you? Okay. And then before I put you back on the list, I'm going to just, at that time, I'm going to ask if other trustees who haven't talked want to say a few words. So trustee Matthias, you were next on the list.
Appreciate that. I'll share the air and yield at present. I'll make some remarks later.
Okay, great. So trustee Letitia Anderson, you were next on the motion.
No,
that
you can
trustee
remove me.
Ellison.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Trustee Anderson.
I'm just going to make a couple of comments, and not all of these necessarily have to be solved tonight, but if you recall, when we did make the decision in the 2017 bond for Sanchez to have the modernization, part of that expectation was that they become part of the Eastside Memorial feeder pattern, and that still has yet to be done. I understand that under the current boundary change proposal that Metz would remain Martin and Eastside, but that does not yet include Sanchez. So I am requesting that we bring that back for further discussion because that was a contingent factor of that particular project when the communities were trying to decide between Sanchez, Metz, and Zavala who should ultimately benefit from that modernization project. I also want to switch gears for just a moment. I do think it's unfortunate that Dr. Hawley is not still here to address other questions, and we're going to have to continue our conversation without that benefit. I would like to ask the administration a couple of questions that have to do with one piece of the Southwest recommendation. First of all, it's my understanding that when the BAC did vote, that it was a split vote, 8-4, 7 against, 1, I'm guessing, abstention. And so it did not seem to be a unanimous agreement in terms of which plan was the best recommendation given the many, many months that the community members of the BAC spent with staff. One of my concerns about the Baranof-Kasurik piece is the relatively small number of students that would be moved to Kasurik that don't seem to provide sufficient enough relief at Baranof to either eliminate portables or to free up any classrooms. And so if you could speak, I know there was some discussion about Plan K, but there was also some discussion about a Plan G. Could you speak a little bit to Plan G, please?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask Beth to come forward with the specific numbers and the data points. I don't know if Melissa is with you or not, but Beth has, there's Melissa, yeah. Hard to see for everybody from over here, but I appreciate that. And Beth Wilson and Melissa Larson are just exceptional at their work. And so I've been working with the Boundary Advisory Committee, not just on these particular projects, but on many others, and study our data and make sure that we have the best information before us. So I do want to talk about what we have right now, and then also be responsive to Trustee Anderson's question about the different areas and the different scenarios.
So could I get you to repeat the question specifically?
Yeah, so I guess can you speak to what is included in the current plan in terms of the number of students and what relief it does or does not afford to Baranof? And then also speak to Plan G.
Okay. So Plan I, which was what is in your materials tonight, provided in total to Baranof 149 student relief. Plan G that you referred to would provide 192 student relief. So specifically from Baranof to Kasurik, in Plan I, it's 97 students, plus the 52 students from Baranof that would go to would go to the new elementary school. And then for Plan G, it's 140 students that would go to Kasurik. And again, the 52 students from Gray Rock would go to the new Southwest Elementary School.
So you're saying in both cases, you're allowing for 52 students to be reassigned to Kiker?
I'm sorry, not Kiker, to the new Southwest
New
Elementary
Southwest,
School.
sorry, that's what I meant.
that Gray Rock Ridge subdivision.
All right.
That's consistent throughout all the plans.
If I could ask Trustee Wagner to speak a little bit more to the differences between those and what she believes is going to be the most beneficial for both Baranof and for Kasurik. I would appreciate her commenting as well.
Okay, not an easy spot to be in, but we're here. I'll ask the questions. So the difference, as I understand, between Plan I and Plan G is Brody Springs. And does that also include Kellywood Wildwood?
Correct. It's Brody Springs, Kellywood, Wildwood.
And so for the benefit of the trustees, Kellywood Wildwood is one sort of two-road sort of stretch with not a lot of kids in it. Brody Springs is a contained subdivision off of Brody Lane as well. When was the last time we engaged families on Plan G?
That would have been before June.
Approximately.
Yeah, the Plan I actually went out in early June to our community engagement meeting. Plan I did not include the Brody Springs, Kellywood, Wildwood area, so it would have been prior to that.
So the pro of that I can see is a concern that's been expressed by Oak Park is that there is not a large enough cohort of students leaving Baranof to go to Kasurik. The downside of it that I can see is that while it may balance numbers more effectively, I'm assuming, we did not give community an opportunity, the Brody Springs and Kellywood Wildwood opportunity to really weigh in on this plan in a way that basically I think a lot of those families thought that the maps were moving forward without them being a part of it. And for several months now. And so that gives me a little bit of pause that we haven't gone back to those communities to make them aware and give them the opportunity to speak up. The last question I have is what would our enrollments be at the two schools if we went with Map G versus if we went with Map I?
Okay, so Map I would give us a 2020-21 school year, excuse me, at Baranof Elementary would be approximately 847 students, which is still, above their capacity. Kasurik would be at 632 students, which is just below their capacity.
With Map G?
That's Map I.
Okay.
Map G would give us 808 students at Baranof and 671 students at Kasurik.
What would that do in terms of portables for both schools?
Right. It's a little bit hard to predict portables because so much of it is dependent on what grade level the student comes in at. So if we could say it's an even distribution across all grade levels, it would be much easier for us to calculate. But because we don't know that, it's a little bit more difficult. But we were estimating in Plan I the possible removal of 2 to 3 portables from Baranof, and with Plan G between 3 and 4 portables at Baranof.
And how many total portables are at Baranof right now?
Baranof has a total of 8 portables now.
So we would not be able to remove all the portables from Baranof, but we could reduce it by as much as half at this point.
Yes, significantly.
And would Kasurik be able to absorb?
Yes.
Most likely all of the students in both G or I?
We did speak with the principal about the number of students that could be accommodated, and they did feel that they could provide all the educational spaces within the building. There may have a need to have some ancillary services located out in a portable if that became necessary. But all the classrooms could be inside.
Yeah, I appreciate the answers to the questions. One thing I do want to be clear on is I know there has been an ask for Plan K from the Baranoff community, which essentially Plan K would only move the Grey Rock community to the new Southwest Elementary School, which geographically I don't think that there is anyone on any side of the issue that contests that or doesn't think that that's a good plan. But what it doesn't do is give any more relief to Baranoff beyond that small portion of kids moving out. And the thing I keep hearing from community is the perception that we're trying to somehow help Kasurik or fill up Kasurik, or that there's a need to fill up the new elementary school. What this plan is a relief plan for Baranoff and a relief plan for Kiker. And I completely get that these are incredibly challenging circumstances to put a family through. And that's one thing I want to make sure I'm clear to everyone listening, is that a boundary change is not a simple or easy thing for a family to go through. It's no easier than any other circumstance where you would move a student from one school to another. It's hard for a family, and I get that, and I don't make these comments lightly. But we have known for years that relief was needed at these two schools. These schools are operating at over 1,000 students. Kiker is nearly about 1,100, I think, at this point. Those are just untenable circumstances for a school to be operating at, to the point where we start to risk safety for students. So while I understand families wish to be at the school of their choice, at a certain point we have to make the right decision for that school, for the health of that school. And whether or not we move forward with I or G, I think we are providing some relief. It sounds to me like G has the possibility to provide the most relief to Baranoff. I, at this point, would be comfortable with either one, but that's why I wanted to lay it out to the rest of the board to understand the nuance of that. But my concern still is that with MAP G, that we didn't give ample time to that community to be able to react and respond.
I think that's a longer question.
Okay, so my question is, why did the administration recommend the recommended versus MAPG?
Right. We may want to get Dr. Cruz to weigh in on this, but my understanding is that because Plan I provided more relief than Plan K did, and it had also been vetted through a public process earlier this summer.
That was my, oh no, I gave.
Oh, no, I have the list. So that was the last question, Trustee Anderson? So I just want to go back. I'm gonna. Yes, we can come back to that and see if he's got an answer. I just want to make sure that all trustees have at least had one chance to speak once. And there's 4 trustees that have not, so I just want to make sure they have an opportunity before I go to Trustee Singh and Trustee Taish. So Trustee Ashe, Trustee Wagner, Trustee Ellens, and myself, and then I'll go to Trustee Singh and then Trustee Taish. Trustee Ashe.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Again, if you will indulge me, I tend to write my words down so that I can do my best attempt at expressing myself effectively. So there are no words to adequately describe the weight of the decision we're making tonight. And I would first like to take a moment to thank my fellow trustees. And I appreciate the hours we have all put into our positions and the careful thought which is on display this evening. I know we are all striving to make decisions which encourage our students to be critical thinkers, persistent in their life goals, and accepted as the incredible individuals they are. And these wishes were evident in the discussions at our last board retreat. I respect the insights we each bring to this board, and I've personally witnessed the passion and compassion we all have for our AISD students, families, and staff. And as a result, I know tonight is not easy for any of us. As a part of this discussion, Nicole Conley was up here and spoke much more eloquently on it than I ever will. But I do think it's important for us to step back in time for a moment to remember the vote this board made to give a much-deserved pay raises to all of our AISD staff. And I'm grateful to the Texas legislators for House Bill 3 and the positive move to support public education in Texas. But I also believe it's important to remember that only a few years before that, the Texas legislature had slashed public education funding, leaving school districts in Texas scrambling to maintain academic programming with insufficient funds. And as a result, when House Bill 3 passed, AISD, like many other districts, already knew exactly where they wanted to spend those dollars. And as we did, we spent it on our teachers. And I'm glad we did. The money was allocated before it was even in the bank. And I still believe wholeheartedly in that decision as we continue to compete with other Central Texas school districts to hire the most qualified staff, which I know has an incredibly large impact on our students and their academic adventure with us. The pay raise vote is important to remember as we look to the decisions we're attempting to make this evening. AISD is still the largest payer into recapture, and 2 years from now, we are expected to pay over $800 million back to the state with no guarantee for future funding for House Bill 3. As a result, AISD needs to contemplate how to be the most effective when investing in our students. Our dollars are finite. As I considered and weighed the vast amount of information and input I have received, as have my fellow trustees, I did not want to continue with the status quo when there is a possibility to enhance the academic investment in our students and families. We have an opportunity to reallocate dollars in historically underserved students. In my opinion, the only way school closures can work is if the district steadfastly commits to the promises made in the school changes document. And we must transparently demonstrate the follow-through of these investment promises. If we do not implement with fidelity and conviction, we will have failed to accomplish the overall goal of school changes. I see my role as trustee as one to require that of this administration, and I'm requesting for trustees to receive regular updates for the district to continue community engagement, should the school changes plan be adopted this evening. Once again, thank you to all who sit on the dais with me. I'm proud to serve with you, all of you. I know we are all trying to do what we feel is best, and I hold each of you in the highest respect.
It was your schools.
Trustee Wagner, or no? Oh, I'm sorry. We have Dr. Cruz back on the dais, and is there an amendment to the motion? Is that the?
I think the question that was asked while he was off the dais was, why did the administration recommend Plan I over Plan G or Plan K?
I'm going to ask Beth to come forward and to help me on this one, right? But basically on this one, when we looked at the, oh, she was here? Okay, yeah. All right. So when we looked at the numbers and we looked at what was the capacity, that's what seemed to be one of the motions that was actually approved, or not approved, but it was actually considered at one of the BACs. So that was really one of the items. What also had come up is maybe there are some questions about the number of classrooms available at Kasurik, And so we did want to go back to that and see, well, are there really more classrooms available? And actually did communicate with the principals on that from Baranoff and from Kasurik. So just, given those factors, one of the things that we would do when we looked at enrollment, it would bring each of those schools to 105% capacity. You will find here that we typically use about 115% capacity when we look at a frozen school. So even at 105, we probably would not include more enrollment. And also in those numbers, and Beth, correct me on this, that's the live-in population, not necessarily the number of students who actually attend the school. But we have to base it on who actually lived in the assignment area. So just given those factors at that time, that was a recommendation that we had discussed about a month ago. But we have gone back to look at, what are the numbers, what's the availability, is it something that could work? And that's where we presented those numbers for you.
Okay. Trustee Ellens or Wagner, do you have any comments you want to make about the motion? Sure.
I actually don't have anything as eloquently prepared to say, but I do feel the need to respond to a lot of what's been thrown out this evening. I think a lot of times I get the question of, why would you sign up to do this work? And my response, half jokingly, is always the pay and the glory. But honestly, I'm not here tonight to placate. I'm not here for applause. I'm not here to pat myself on the back and say, look how popular I am. I'm here because I know we have hard decisions to make as a district. And one of the highest compliments I think I've gotten in the time I've been on the board is someone told me that I was not afraid to come in and do the spade work. And I have. I've attended 28 community meetings in the last month and a half. I've put in thousands of hours researching this stuff, whether it was through the facilities master plan, whether it was through the bond process, and now through this process as well. And every time I come back around to the same conclusion, and that is that our footprint as a district is simply too large to adequately support the students that we have within it. I know that's not the answer that families want to hear.
Closed off. It's a nice headquarters y'all got, that new building.
But the decision I come back to every time is that I know that there is more that we need to be doing for our students. I know that we have too many buildings right now, and to me, people are more important than buildings. That's why I can't say that I support closures, because I don't. I don't want to displace a family, but I can't support keeping as many facilities open in this district as we currently have. It's simply not a sustainable place for us to be as a district, because ultimately in this role, I have an obligation that is a fiduciary one, in that I have to protect the interests of the district for the long term. And I know that if we keep going down the path that we're going, just like if you're balancing a household budget, you cannot continue to throw more money at things that we cannot afford any longer at the expense of the things that we really need. And I see the thing I have learned through this time is that schools are the cornerstones of communities. They are critically important to communities, but I've also seen the resilience of community. And I have confidence and faith in seeing how these communities have come together, that that same energy and passion and momentum as a community will carry those communities forward successfully. I have confidence in that. That is the commitment that I feel And that's the responsibility that I feel in this role. And I'm sad for the communities that have to make changes. I truly am. But at the same time, it's really hard to talk to you guys when you're shouting back at me.
You know, just a point of order, there, we are having a dialogue and discussion between the board members, because we've already heard public comment. So I keep reminding you all that we just are asking for the same thing we provide you, which is respect and listening. So I'd appreciate, again, making sure that we have a culture of respect in the school district.
And I know saying these things I'm not here for a long political career, but I'm here to try and do the best that I can in this role. And for me, trying to make smart long-term decisions for this district feels like the best thing that I can do in this role. I'm sorry for the community that they're not the popular ones or the ones that folks want to hear from me at this point, but I have to rely on everything that I've learned in this role and even prior to being in this role, and come back to that as my source of ultimate truth of what we need to be doing.
Thank you, Trustee Wagner. Trustee Ellens?
Thank you. I also just want you all to know how much I appreciate the work you've all put into this. It has been a journey, so thank you. Two main areas of concern that I keep hearing are around the time involved in the decision and the issue of equity. So it's important to remember that we have all joined this journey toward higher academic achievement for all students at different times, which is allowing some to claim decisions around school changes are being made too quickly. While it is understandable for new parents, teachers, administrators, and trustees to feel rushed in this process, anyone who has been paying attention for even the past 2 years knows there's nothing fast or surprising about the facilities-based recommendations on the table tonight. I have personally worked directly with the school and parent leaders throughout the Austin High Vertical team, which includes Pease, since I was elected in 2012, to prepare them for conversations just like these, because the writing has been on the wall for a very long time. In fact, an article that was circulating by Richard Whitaker in the Chronicle before the 2017 bond details the district's need to close some schools and even names 3 of the 4 schools on tonight's recommendations. The 4th school, Pease, has been fighting closure recommendations at least as far back as 1973, and most recently in 2011. What is different this go-around is the focus on new investments for struggling students and historically marginalized communities. The equity lens the district has placed on this work is to provide brand new schools with longer days if families want them, more dedicated special education services, increased academic rigor, and more highly paid and deeply trained teachers for the nearly 750 East Austin students affected in Phase 1. This is what disrupting past practices actually looks like. These are transformational investments in our district's most vulnerable children, and the damage from any more delays comes at their expense. We must own the fact that data consistently shows students of color, those living in poverty, children who are learning English, and students with special needs are not getting the attention and supports they need today. And that reality must change. This goal to forever erase achievement gaps among our student groups is the foundation of the school changes process. The recommendations may not all be easy, but they are necessary to begin the long, arduous process of breaking bad habits and disrupting the status quo. We now find ourselves in the liminal space of between what we know and a future that is not fully defined. And while that is tempting to retreat to what is comfortable, we risk losing important and valuable opportunities if we allow ourselves to be paralyzed by anxiety and fear. At a recent community meeting I went to quite a few of those. A fourth grader, some people have wondered if we've been talking to children. I have. A fourth grader asked me to wait a year on the changes plan so he could finish out elementary at his current school. Well, I asked him if he realized that his request would put his friends, who are currently in third grade, in the same situation next year. And another child took over at that point, comforted his friend, and said, yeah, it's important to think about future generations. Our kids get it. Another student asked me how I would like it if I had to change schools. I looked him in the eye and explained that I went to 7 different schools by the time I was in 4th grade. Changing schools each year, or even mid-year, was just part of my life. And I thought everybody did that. My parents presented each move as a new opportunity, a new adventure to explore. And I can honestly say, without a doubt, that having to go to so many new schools made me a resilient, independent, adaptable, and open-minded child. I remember being nervous before stepping into my new schools and classrooms, that's true. But every time, without fail, behind each new door, I found a teacher who welcomed me, and I made new friends by the end of the day. What a gift to learn to trust from a very early age that change is nothing to be afraid of. Parents, you have a role to play in whether change is a positive or negative experience for your child. The district is doing its part to create implementation teams of counselors, parent support, and mental health specialists to ensure all students and families going through a transition are provided the care and supports they need. This social and emotional approach is what equity looks like in action, and it has never been done in Austin before. So it is impossible to equate today's efforts with any past work around school closures or consolidations. Furthermore, as the trustee representing the land where the historic Pease building sits, I can say with all honesty that I do not see these recommendations as a closure for the building or even for the community currently housed in the school. It's merely a new chapter in its 150-year-old story. The Pease students, teachers, and families asked for more time to plan, and the district is honoring that request. The recommendation calls for the entire school of teachers and students to move together to Zavala, where they will still operate as Pease Elementary for another year, while co-creating their future together with the Zavala students, teachers, and families. And the building itself will still operate as an educational facility, despite what some people claim. While no one today can say for sure what activities will take place under that roof, I believe deeply the district will work diligently to create a solution where the entire school district's children can use Pease to be inspired. It's important to remember that Pease has not always served as a kindergarten through 6th grade school. In fact, at one time housed Austin High School. It's also served as a boundary school for children who used to live in the area. Its current design as a school of choice is just the latest in a series of makeovers, and the time has come to create the next variation. Over these past 3 months, I have witnessed firsthand the creativity and determination of the generations of families who love Pease. I believe it is the district's intent to harness that passion and develop something special, possibly even Pease 2.0, in a way that honors and reimagines what Pease can offer to more children. I have no doubt that at the end of the next 9 months, the district will be poised better than ever to promote Pease as a model for urban education. This plan in total sets in motion exciting opportunities for what the future holds for all of Austin students. As such, I will be supporting the district's recommendations this evening.
President Rodriguez, I also just wanted to echo what Trustee Ellens had mentioned, and some of those that have really come forward around providing the best supports and services for special needs students. When we presented the plan, the boards really said, well, what about on academic excellence? What about serving special education students? And what about teachers? because we know that's who we need in our classrooms. I mean, that's it. That's what it's going to take. And we said, well, that's going to be in our plans. We're going to work through that. And this board said, all right, but we want to see it front and center in here again. And that's important. And that hasn't gone unnoticed. I know it maybe some people say, well, nah, that's another thing. It's not another thing. It is the thing. It is about teachers in classrooms, strategic staffing. It is around academic excellence and academic rigor. And it is around the support that we're providing our special needs students. Obviously, that's going on today, and I want to commend Dr. Hickman, who was up here earlier, under her leadership, and transition there, right? No. But her work has been exceptional, and it's the right vision for our district. It will take time. We're learning. We are unlearning, but we're learning through her work around special needs students. She's informing this plan as we move forward. There will be some change efforts in there. So I just wanted to just highlight those key elements around academic excellence and academic performance with equity, specifically then special needs students, and then also strategic staffing.
Thank you. It's my turn. First of all, I want to thank the staff for the countless hours of hard work they put in to get us to this point. I want to thank my fellow board members for their service and commitment to engaging with our community, and I want to thank all of the principals, teachers, staff members, parents, and community members who have shared their questions, concerns, feedback, and ideas. The staff recommendations co-created with the community and with input from the board we're considering tonight are part of a multi-year journey we are all taking together to make ISD the best school district it can be. The work actually began years ago when the community passed a $1.2 billion bond with 72% voting in favor, and we benefited from the input of the many volunteers serving on the bond advisory committee. And this summer, we passed a budget giving all ISD staff across the board pay raises. And now we're considering new programs and plans to ensure we spend dollars where they will do the most good, directly in the classroom. There has been a lot of discussion in our community about proposed changes, and as a board, we have been listening. At times, the community discussion has been very heated. People are passionate about public education in Austin, and that ultimately makes our community stronger. And my fellow trustees and I know that not everyone agrees on the best approach, but what I want to remind everyone tonight is that we can all agree on one thing. We want the best academic outcome for our students. And part of it is sharing our own life experiences. And from my perspective, the status quo is not acceptable around not having good schools in the entire school district. And I could tell you here that I could use my own life experience where I've moved 30 times during my public education. I've lived in housing that was condemned. I've lived in cow barns that are converted to housing. I've been paid 10 cents a pound for picking strawberries in my life. But the difference that was made was because of my parents choosing to remove barriers, volunteers choosing to help, mentors wishing to help, teachers wishing to help. And I think for me, I try to keep that in mind. And throughout tonight's discussion, it's good to be passionate about our individual beliefs. But at the same time, we owe one another the presumption of good intent. We owe one another a civil and respectful conversation. And we have to remember that for everyone here, for everyone watching online, and for everyone that has been part of this process, we are in this together as a community, and all of us care deeply about doing what's best for our students. We have given an opportunity for every trustee now to say a few words and comments regarding the motion that was made by Trustee Ellens. And I'm going to go back and ask for more discussion or recognition of trustees. And Trustee Singh had raised her hand, and so had Trustee Taish. And I want to make sure, Trustee Matthias has also asked to speak, and so I want to make sure that we honor all of y'all and listen to your comments. And any other trustees right now that want to say a few words? Trustee Singh.
Okay, so just a factual question about the plan to move part of Kiker to the new Southwest Elementary School. And I've heard that it was going to cost additional money for a bus, but I've also heard that it won't. So can you just clarify that?
Yeah, we'll have Beth come back on that one. To actually the dollar amount, what it is for transportation, what it costs for the route, and then of course for a stop. We have specific costs for that. You're talking about with, tell me again, so when Beth and Melissa are here?
Yeah, so in your proposed plan for Kiker and moving part of Kiker's current catchment area to the new Southwest Elementary.
Right.
Yeah, so I understand that because they're crossing the highway, they're going to get a bus. So I just wanted to know if that was going to incur an additional cost.
Right. Okay.
So actually, we asked our transportation department to look at their routes exactly for that situation. And what they're telling us now is it's going to actually be a savings to the district because currently there are more buses shuttling students from south of 45 to Kiker than there will be students going from north of 45 down to the new elementary school. So they're estimating a $22,000 savings.
Because we're not transporting students from Southwest.
Right, because
From the-
currently we're transporting more
in the new
students
neighborhood.
than we will in the future.
Right, so there was an offset.
Okay, great. So I had a couple of other comments that I just want to bring up some points that I've heard over the last few weeks. One is, I don't think this will be a motion, but just something I want to put on our radar for future discussion is looking at the students who are in the inconvenient zone that I've talked about before, which is about a half mile to 1.99 miles from the school, and looking at that from through an equity lens, and how for a lot of our families that's a lot bigger of a burden than for others. Particularly, I think about a conversation I had with some Brook people, that there is a neighborhood now of students, I think it's the Rosemont Apartments, but those kiddos, while they're geographically closer to Linder, there is no direct bus route, and they're too close to get a school bus, and they're not on a direct Capital Metro line, and it's just a real problem. I think I really want us to look into that, not just for that group of kids, but eventually across the district, and take a look at this through an equity lens. I really would love us to revisit the ed specs before we even consider another round of closures and redefine what our definition is of a modernized facility, and have a conversation about if we can imagine having schools smaller than 522. Again, this is an equity issue because we have some neighborhood schools that are really stabilizing forces in their neighborhoods, and they're smaller than 522 student capacity. And I want to make sure that we have we at least talk about a place for that. I would love to request a report that once the land development code gets approved by the city, I think we would be really remiss if we don't compare that to our facilities plans for the district. So I'd love for the senior staff to consider doing something like that, as well as the equity audit that Dr. Hawley recommended for our comprehensive school program. One, I don't know if I can make this as an amendment, if it would rise to that, but I would love us. I know that we're not going to make any sales for 2 years of our land, but I just want to make sure we don't sell any of our property to for-profit developers, because that is going to change our city in ways that we don't want it. And I think part of the resistance to the closures is that it is changing the landscape of communities that have been there for a long time, and they're having to fight off one change after another. So I feel like we have a responsibility to think about, to prioritize not selling it to for-profit developers.
Exactly. I also wanted to mention one of the points, and I don't know that Chris Hafizadeh is here, but I have a lot of confidence in him and his work. But I just want to mention that with our routes, yes, it's a 2 mile, but it's also if there's a hazardous condition.
Mm-hmm.
So there's another piece. It doesn't mean that it's just 2 hours. It could be, 2 miles. It could be within 2 miles, but if it is deemed as a hazardous route, and we determine that, transportation may be provided. And we will be studying that as we move forward.
Sorry, thank you, thank you, Dr. Cruz. Trustee Singh, is that? Okay, thank you. Trustee Tice, please.
I would like to propose an amendment for recommendation 8, and this has to do with our properties that look like they're going to be vacated. My amendment would be to retain newly vacated properties resulting from school consolidations, direct the superintendent to prioritize affordable housing, both deeply affordable housing and workforce housing for these vacated properties where feasible, and begin the process of soliciting community partners for the development of affordable housing on the properties. Should the properties not be suitable for affordable housing, direct the superintendent to engage with stakeholders to determine the next best community use for the properties. I want this board to commit to not selling these properties at all. And this is one way to do that.
Happy to second.
Sure. Trustee Tice, do you have a copy of that motion just for Secretary Ellen's? Thank you.
My printer crashed this weekend. I was going to have copies, and I will send them electronically.
If you can.
I'll figure out how to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If you can somehow send it to Trustee Ellen, she has it as part of the record. Trustee Tice has made a motion to amend a motion to amend
The motion.
one amendment. So she's made a motion to amend item 8. Trustee Matthias has seconded that motion. Is there discussion on this particular amendment? Trustees? Trustee Anderson?
I guess I just have a clarification question, Trustee Tyke. So there may be opportunities for affordable housing that ultimately result in a sale to a partner or even potentially another community use. And so I am reluctant to say sale under any circumstance if that is a circumstance that actually forwards us to achieve something that a community ends up asking for. So are you saying, so I just want to clarify, because what I thought I heard, and I apologize, I have serious cold flu brain, was under no circumstances as opposed to commercial developers.
My suggestion was that we retain these properties and that if in the process of developing affordable housing, prioritizing for affordable housing, the understanding would be that we would retain the land and that our partners that we, through an RFP process that we partner with, that they build the affordable housing on the land, but that we retain the land and we can work out the negotiations about a lease agreement or something like that.
So I'm just thinking back to the one we had a previous conversation about, which was Allen, and in that case, the proposal was not to retain the land as a landlord. And I want to be a little cautious too, because I don't know what all of the legalities are of that in any circumstance, and it's a little difficult to predict what that is. And I think, not that I don't think affordable housing is a very worthy concept for repurposing, but I also just worry about taking on the burden of other activities that detract from educating kids. And so if there's perhaps someone on staff that could speak to, just generally in the context of the motion, If we were to only consider scenarios in which we would be a landlord in the case of affordable housing, what does that mean in terms of our liability, our responsibility to oversee that? I mean, I understand the potential for long-term revenue as opposed to short-term revenue for a sale, but we're not in the business of being landlords, and so I want to be a little cautious about that. I don't have an issue with an amendment that focuses on restricting sales to commercial developers. That's not a challenge for me, but just a flat no is a challenge because I don't know until we've intentionally not talked about repurposing of facilities as a board until a vote passes, and then we have an opportunity to work with individual communities. So I also am a little concerned about jumping ahead in those conversations about repurposing when we haven't had them, whether it's with one on the table or Alan or anything else. I think we have to go through that community engagement before we talk about anything with any real specificity, and so that would be my concern in supporting it as it currently stands.
So, Trustee Anderson, if I'm hearing you correctly, I think you're asking if there is a comment from our board counsel or our general counsel of whether or not ground leases are permissible for school property. I think that's the term. That's a legal term.
There are a few different legal issues raised from my perspective on the amendment. Certainly nothing would prevent the board from passing that amendment, but it would then restrict what you could do with the properties. And as the school district only engages in governmental actions, you don't have proprietary functions, and there are some legal issues raised by the prospect of you retaining ownership of the land but entering a partnership whereby you become a landlord in essence to tenants. School districts have had teacherages in the past where they lease property to teachers or it's part of their compensation. So there are ways to find uses for the property that might facilitate teacher housing, staff housing, or affordable housing, but a lot of legal research would need to be done to figure out those rough edges. But as we learned previously, there are limitations on being able to sell property for less than market value for even the most altruistic purposes.
And I would echo in with Mr. Clark's advice that he's just provided to you. There would need to be some significant research into it. We have utilized some property in the past in different capacities, but typically it all has to come back to what's the educational purpose, how does it tie back or benefit the district in its educational mission. So that's why even if you have an amendment, we have to look very closely at what would your ultimate goal be, who would you be trying to partner with, and for what purposes. The teacherages, definitely, I think that one would pass constitutional muster, but other developments we'd have to look very closely at. And perhaps maybe things like ground leases might be a possibility, but again, we'd have to take a close look.
Trustee Tice.
So I would submit that the families who could afford to live in these properties are the ones that we would directly benefit because their kids would be coming into our schools. And that is why I said deeply affordable, as well as workforce housing, which would pertain to our teachers. We also can't specify which groups of people can be on there, but we can specify in our RFPs the kind of affordability that we want to provide. And I think that it is possible. Other jurisdictions have found out ways to use surplus land for affordable housing. It can be done. I think we can work out the details. My concern is if we put a 2-year moratorium on this, after 2 years, we're going to be selling this property to the highest bidder. That's right, they are. And so that's the reason that I want to retain the property, the land. Mm-hmm. And then I just said prioritize it for affordable housing where feasible. And if it's not feasible, then we work with our stakeholders to determine the next best community use for that property.
Certainly.
So that's my language.
Trustee Tice, just a point of clarification since we have both of our legal minds here. So is your motion to replace item 8, and I can read that for you in the motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Because the current item 8 is place a, because I'm going to ask you to repeat it so that the board can kind of hear it one more time. The current motion, item 8, is place a 2-year moratorium on requests for proposals for commercial sale of each newly vacated property. Direct the superintendent to prioritize community use or affordable housing for teachers or staff and to engage with the community, city, and the board. So can you repeat what you are proposing to replace that with?
Yes. Retain newly vacated properties resulting from school consolidations. Direct the superintendent to prioritize affordable housing, both deeply affordable housing and workforce housing for vacated properties where feasible, and begin the process of soliciting community partners for the development of affordable housing on the properties. Should the properties not be suitable for affordable housing, direct the superintendent to engage with stakeholders, and that can be anybody, the neighborhoods, the city, anybody. Engage with stakeholders to determine the next best community use for the properties.
Thank you. Trustees, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
There's been a second.
Trustee Matthias seconded the motion. And any other discussion on the motion? On the amendment, on the motion. Trustee?
I'm happy to support what it is that we're seeking to accomplish here insofar as it fits with the long-term desire that we've heard from that community. It was in 2013, after Allen was no longer operating at, after IDEA Public Schools was no longer operating at the old Allen facility, that the first conversations on affordable family housing at that property began. It was in 2016 that we had a proposal with a community partner to realize affordable family housing on that location. So that has been East Austin speaking loudly and clearly during these years of their perceived needs. It's East Austin recognizing that the primary cause for the decline in enrollment in this district for the time that many of us have been on this board has been the increasing lack of affordability in Austin. It's also East Austin's way of saying, let's honor and support those families who have supported our public schools.
Trustees, any other discussion on the motion? Yeah, Trustee Tice.
So I just wanted to add, and this is not part of the amendment, if we're going to, and I can see where this vote's going, if we're going to close Pease to the current population, I would suggest, and I'm not making an amendment or a motion on this, but I would suggest that we move ALC to Pease, that we create a program for them that's truly a social justice program for those students to thrive and excel, and also to the partners that are currently at Allen, that we offer them space at Pease, and that would open up the COI, I should say, the COI facility for the affordable housing proposals that have been made. So that is a suggestion that I would make to administration.
Okay. So we have a motion by Trustee Teich and a second by Trustee Matthias to replace item 8 in the original motion. Is there any other discussion? If not, I will ask all those in favor of Trustee Tice's amendment, please raise your right hand. Yeah. Of what it's replacing, sure. Trustee Tice's amendment will be replacing item 8 in the original motion. Place a 2-year moratorium on requests for proposals for commercial sale of each newly vacated property. Direct the superintendent to prioritize community use or affordable housing for teachers or staff, and to engage with the community, city, and the board. Would you like Trustee Teich to repeat her motion, or? Okay.
I've heard trustee Teich's. I wanted to
Yeah,
understand exactly
mhm.
what we were replacing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So all those in favor of trustee Teich's amendment, please raise your right hand. All those opposed? Okay. And I'll raise my hand there. So the motion fails. 4 for it, 5 against, and 0 abstaining. Say 4, 5, 0. Okay. We're back to the original motion. And I have trustee Teich who just spoke, and I have trustee Matthias, you had wanted to say a few words.
I would simply like to acknowledge, during the community engagement process, and many of them went to several hours of meetings at several meetings. I remember some of them in particular, the emotions were so high at Palm, at Brooke, at Metz. What I really saw there and what I really loved about that engagement was a real love for public education in Austin and a love for our public schools. I wouldn't want that to be lost in this conversation. I think it was Professor Cordova who said that we will prove who matters most to us through this vote, and I take that extremely seriously. You know, just to say that by this vote, we're showing how it is that kids and programs are more important than buildings or the maintenance of square footage. It was a District 2 parent last night who asked me, are we going to invest in buildings or are we going to invest in people, especially high needs people? And I know that that's something that's especially dear to the hearts of many of us. At the macro level, we know that we need to close schools as a district. To not do so would be a dereliction of our duties. For the sake of transparency, I've been saying this for several years now in District 2. It was in 2013 that we first talked about TUP plans, targeted utilization plans. I remember it was in 2017 that I first spoke with parents of Brooke and helped them to understand the numbers. It was in August of that same year, 2017, when I gathered together various community leaders and activists, including Ms. Delgado Rangon. I remember so vividly, you know, that beautiful expression saying, if you close one of our schools, I'm going to chain myself to it. That just, to me, speaks of that real, you know, love and passion for our schools. That same fall, engaging community conversations at Sanchez and at Metz and Zavala, all around the same issue. So I think that's part of the reason that this District 2 trustee has said from the start, let's call this what it is. I appreciate the euphemism. I'm the king of euphemisms. But this is has been less about about school changes, about the school closures that are needed. I think all of us begin with various presuppositions. One, that people will be mad, but also the presupposition that this is just the first bite at the apple. You know, we recognize that 4 schools is not enough. We're not cutting deeply enough to right-size.
Point of order. I do expect the community to be respectful. We have listened to you. If you disagree, you can do, no ma'am, that's not correct. We have listened. Please be respectful.
Thank you, Trustee Teich. None of us certainly wants to close schools. I like how a trustee has put that already on this dais. None of us ran for this. But at the same time, I go back to the words of a Brooke parent. At our last community engagement meeting at Travis High School, it was a Brooke parent who, when we were sitting down at the table, she looked at me and she said, just pull the Band-Aid off already. We are strong. We'll get through this. Just, you know, help us to get from this place where we currently are into a better place. I'm certainly excited. I'll come back and address our Peas, the beauty of our Peas parents in a moment. I just want to say there's something beautiful about the strength that parents bring around our schools is a beautiful thing to see. And the thought of Peace parents wrapping love and support around our East Austin schools from which they're currently coming is just, to me, something I'm excited about, to be able to have that support for our East Austin schools. I want to echo Trustee Teich's suggestion, which actually I'm hearing from the community as well, of the possibility of our kids of the ALC and of the JJAEP being in a more central location by Pease, there's a lot that I could appreciate about that proposal. Gratitude, I would be remiss before we vote if I didn't share my own gratitude for a number of persons. First of all, for my colleagues on the dais. None of us is paid to do what we do. All of us have spent countless hours listening and absorbing great amounts of energy from the community. Gratitude to former trustees. You know, we had a meeting here at the district some few weeks ago of former trustees to be able to talk about the school changes process, and to hear them say in their words, and I'll paraphrase, that when we were on the school board, we kicked the can down the road. We're so proud that y'all are doing something about this. Support for our state reps and city council members. You know, I certainly understand the political reasons for wanting to be perceived as champions of our constituents. All of us do. Those of us who attended the joint subcommittees meeting and offered to speak with those elected representatives of the city and the county there, I would have to be honest in simply sharing that there was no outreach, at least to this trustee, to ask for to help to understand what it is that we're thinking. Administration and staff, I just want to sing the praises of administration for having the courage. Administration could have kicked this can down the road, and instead they came to us with this proposal. Our staff, administration and staff, are taking all the arrows that they've taken. I've tried to encourage them, you know, at many community meetings where it was a lot. And so just for y'all to do the job that you did through that, it was a toll on many staff. We're aware of that. It was a heavy load. Y'all displayed thick skin in many situations where people were trying to jab in ways that seemed personal at the time. And all of the community members too. Sharonda Robinson, one of our facilitators, put it so well about granting grace to one another in various community endeavors. I just want to thank all those in our community who granted us grace during this process, who, you know, weren't second guessing intentions or, you know, but were open to conversations. The process and the timeline, it seems, were far from ideal. I think any of us is willing to echo that sentiment. But the experience for me, I think of Charles Dickens. He said it was the best of times and the worst of times. I think as a community, we've seen the best of human nature during these weeks. We've also seen, let's just be honest, the worst of human nature as well. I many times have referred to it as a hospice experience. You know, how do we help people through the emotions and through the grief of this experience, knowing that people are going to be at different stages of anger, different stages of bargaining. Thank you for the baskets and the cookies. Different stages of acceptance, those who aren't here this evening, right? And I think that just speaks volumes as well. You know, our friends from the Mets community, they're at a different place and closer to acceptance than many. So certainly looking forward to the future that lies ahead. I think there's a lot that we could learn as a community through all of this. We say that our schools are no places for hate. I think the next round of community engagement would be a way for us to think about what does that mean? How do we help to articulate to one another the various expectations that we have of our students? How can we as adults model the behaviors we'd like to see from our students? Hope and resilience. I simply want to end on a note of hope. You know, I'm hopeful. Having seen the coming together of two communities at Allen and Go Valley, I mean, that has worked for those communities, not without pain. I mean, I don't deny that for a moment, but there are reasons to be excited. The investments that we have into equity through this, sending students to new schools and to neighborhood schools with VITA clinics and green teams, the new schools, overcoming the symbol of racism that has been Metz Elementary in East Austin, the future site of Pease, looking toward those opportunities, but also affordable housing. Commissioner Shea was suggesting that we might drive families away. How beautiful that we might be able to do something as a district to bring those families back and or to provide them a place to be able to stay in Austin in living that's affordable. I'll conclude with two anecdotes from two of my latest visits to Brook Elementary. One was a recent visit to read to kindergarten students. I don't know how many of us read for the Record. They invited me to Brooke Elementary, and the book that day, as many of you well know, was Gracias, Oma, in Spanish. I was reading in Spanish. I don't know if it was in English too. Gracias, Oma, thank you. And it was how it was that a community wrapped its love around this very respected community member, Oma, a sort of grandmother figure. And I just see this as a real opportunity for us to surround these school communities with lots of love and support. There was a Brooke student who, during my last visit to Brooke, he probably was about the first grade, he looked up at me and he said, "Please don't close my school." And I told him, I got down on my knees so that I was eye to eye with him, and I said, "We need to close schools." I've believed that for a long time. We need to close schools, but if we close this school, we are going to make sure that you and your family have the support you need so that you're better off at the end of this. So I just want to thank all who helped us to get us to this very unique and unprecedented place where we find ourselves as a district.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustees, any other discussion before we vote on the motion? Okay, so we have a motion. Having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Matthias to approve Agenda 14.1 as stated by Trustee Ellens. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed? Okay. So the motion passes 6-3. So, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, would like to wish. Sorry. So, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to wish the AISD family a happy Thanksgiving. We want to take this opportunity to What's that? Your contract will be renewed. We want to. We want to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation for your hard work and dedication. Our best wishes for a happy, healthy, and safe Thanksgiving go out to you and your family. Thank you for all you do every day for the students in ISD. Your efforts may not always be seen or recognized, but they are always greatly appreciated. Please know that you have our deep appreciation, and we are proud of the tremendous difference you make in the lives of our students. In observance of the Thanksgiving holiday, all schools and district offices will be closed November 25th through the 29th, and classes will resume and facilities will reopen Monday, December 2nd. We hope you have a safe and restful Thanksgiving holiday. Secretary Ellens, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Trustee Ellens and a second by Trustee Letitia Anderson to adjourn, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes by all those on the dais, and the meeting is adjourned at 11:47 p.m. Thank you.